No, I know they're not going to see what's up there. This is just for like at 10 o'clock or whenever we start. I'm not going to have him turn it on until then. Trini, can you just send me like a picture of the newspaper? Just like
Taskforce members, we will be starting very shortly. If we can walk to our seats.
okay. So public comment is okay. Thank you. Justin, would you mind closing the doors? It'll help us out.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, December 15th, and the time is 9:07. The time for recess has now expired, and the AB3121 Taskforce meeting is now back in session. Before we begin, let's have Parliamentarian Johnson call the roll for attendance and determine whether we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with Chair Moore.
Present.
Chair Moore is present. Vice Chair Brown?
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford? Member Bradford is present. Member Grills? Present. Member Grills is present. Member Holder? Here. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer? I'm sorry, Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer is not here. Member Lewis?
Here.
Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp? Here. Member Montgomery Stepp is present. Member Tamaki?
Here.
Member Tamaki is present. Madam Chair, there are 9 task force members and the number needed for a quorum is 5. The number of present is 8. Madam Chair, a quorum has been established.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Welcome, members of the public, to day 2 of our 11th public hearing and 3rd in-person hearing. Task Force members, please be reminded that Parliamentarian Johnson is present and available during the meeting should any member have questions about procedure. We will now proceed to agenda item number 15, which is a public comment period. And I will turn over this role to Aisha Martin-Walton, where public comment is scheduled for an hour and will end at 10:05.
Good morning, Chair Moore, Task Force members, and the illustrious public. My name is Aisha Martin-Walton. I'm with the Department of Justice, and the public comment will be for 1 hour, as Chair Moore has indicated. Please be advised that you will have 3 minutes to speak. And Chair Moore, is that, I'm just doing a check-in. Is that what we would?
3 minutes to speak. First, we will recognize 2 guests, Jolene Cook and then Bishop Henry Williams. Jolene Cook, you can.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I have a question, a point of order. Do you want the flexibility of changing the time of the public meeting? The public comment, I'm sorry.
Yes, because we started a bit late. Yeah, per person.
The amount of time for each person.
Yes.
Well, I think we want flexibility, but I guess we'll start with the regular time of 3 minutes, or are we saying we should limit it?
Yeah, I would like you to put that to the vote of the body, that you would have flexibility so that it's on the record. We dealt with increasing the time in the past, so I think it would be appropriate to make sure that everyone is in agreement, or at least that we have a majority of the members of the task force in agreement to change the time if it's necessary.
Does the task force member want to entertain a motion to demonstrate what the time will be? 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
Or you could just say 3 minutes with flexibility of decreasing it if necessary.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, you could make a motion to set the time at 3 minutes with the flexibility of reducing it if necessary.
The girls are recognized.
I move that we, I've already forgotten how you phrased it. I'm so sorry. That we do the public comment at 3 minutes with the flexibility of reducing the time in response to the volume of people who would like to speak.
There's a second. It's been properly moved by Member Grills and properly seconded by Vice Chair Brown that we have a 3 minute time limit with the flexibility of changing it depending on the volume of calls and interest. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Member Bradford, you're recognized.
I just want to understand with the flexibility, we have the ability to go beyond an hour as well.
That was not part of the motion. If that changes the volume of time. So that would be a separate motion.
I just think that's flexibility.
Well, keep in mind that you have an overall volume, so, I mean, that's up to you, if that's what you want to do, but that needs to be clear. So I think it would be better if you want to change the time, like an hour to 2 hours or whatever, you want a separate motion, because there may be a difference of opinion on that.
Deal with the motion that we have on the floor, then maybe, as we see, if we need to make a separate motion to extend the time to do that. Okay, so is there any further discussion on the present motion? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for roll call vote.
Yes.
Excuse me, this is AT&T. We're getting a terrible echo from this.
When I speak?
Yes. Can you move the microphone away from the speaker a little bit?
Yes. Is that better?
No, not at all.
Okay, now is that better?
Still getting an echo.
It looks like Member Lewis and Member, gosh, I don't know their names, next to him.
Okay, is this better?
Still getting an echo.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hear anything, so I just want to make sure that the mic is picking it up properly. Okay, then I will proceed with the vote. In the vote for the motion as presented to set the time for the public comment at 3 minutes with the flexibility of increasing or decreasing depending upon the volume of the individual speaking. Chair Moore?
It's 9:14, so at this point, should we limit it to 2 minutes?
Okay, this is just to vote on the motion, and then you can state it.
If you just run the.
Okay, Chair Moore? Chair Moore votes aye.
And then.
Vice Chair Brown? Aye. Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Aye. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills? Aye. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Aye. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Aye. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki? Aye. Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes and 0 nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes and 0 nays. The ayes have it and the motion carries. So we'll start with 3 minutes. Jolene Cook, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Jolene Cook. I'm sorry if I seem confused, but I have accessibility challenges, and typically I come to the meetings online, but it's been very difficult for me because the platform has changed every single time. So here I am in person. I am I was born and raised in Berkeley, and I have a large family. Sadly, though, there are 3 people who still reside in the city limits of Berkeley who are a part of my family. That's significant because I grew up on the waterfront. The waterfront was the part of Berkeley that was, there was a railroad that was imposed that separated the city of Berkeley from the black side of Berkeley, from the regular side. The railroads have been removed, but the families are missing. Our community has been ripped to shambles, and what was once the most diverse city in the state of California is now the least diverse, which I think is a travesty considering the university regents are one of the largest property owners in the city of Berkeley. So I grew up here on the waterfront. I believed in the American dream. I had folks who came as first generations. I have immigrants in my family, as well as people who invested in our community. This is what
This
we
is
call
Greg at
home.
AT&T. Can anybody hear me?
My family has been displaced. I myself have
Okay.
experienced
I'm not getting an
homelessness,
echo now. I'm
but I
gonna
went
put you
to
back in
every
mute,
school,
okay?
every junior college in my grasp. I got a college degree outside of California because they were the only people who would offer someone like me, who looked like me, with no resources, a chance, an opportunity, and an education. Now, I've read through the documents, and I do know that the economic consultants found that 569 billion would be a cap for California, which equates to about $223,000 per person for eligible African Americans who are in California. Now, the home that I grew up on, my grandmother's house, coincidentally went up for sale at $1.4 million. And I tried everything that I could to try and keep that property in our family, tried to hustle ways to keep it. But $1.4 million was out of my grasp, out of my family's reach. My grandmother's house, they bought in 1967 for about $7,500, and that was a livable life.
Excuse me so much. Good. I'm so
the last thing I want to say is I'd like the economic consultants to review their numbers, because what they're telling me is 1/5 of the price of what it costs to actually purchase something in Berkeley. And I'm not 1/5 of a person. I'd like them to review their numbers and reconsider all of the assets that California has, including the university regents.
Your time is up. And can you please feel free to submit your comments in writing. I'm so sorry to have to cut you off in the middle of your sentence. It's very important. Thank you.
I've been here in confusion, but because I can't even hear what you're saying. There's not even accessibility for people who are hard of hearing to understand what's going on.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to go back.
The task force will
I just want you to consider that also.
Thank you so much. The task force will. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming out today. Our next commenter, please.
This is AT&T. We don't hear anything.
To everyone.
Okay.
And Ms. Jim Brown.
Okay, I just unmuted.
My name is Bishop Henry Williams, and I've been working in the community here for 40 years here in Oakland. And I've been working nationally in reparations. For 25 to 30 years, I've passed out.
Yeah, there's that.
Children to all the black couples, starting coming from Barbara Lee and everything.
So if you were to use your phone,
reparation, okay? And everybody that wants to use it, now it seems like the governor, the presidents, and all the black couples. Nobody got back with me about anything. Me and Tim got our telephone. No one ever called me or got back with me of anything, okay? I'm a sick man, brother, you know. I'm going to do the best I can. That's all I can do, okay? And I have many issues with my body, okay? But thank God I'm here today, okay? So I have sickness caused me not to speak any louder. Okay, I won't go through that, but I'm here to say that for many years I've been researching, investigating. I was community working open for many years with a nonprofit company for Caltrans, and the city owed me almost $200,000, and the day will not pay me, okay, for working on the 880 Cypress Freeway. I brought people and trained people to work on the 880 Cypress Freeway. We had the earthquake, but my issue I'm going to get to is Oakland, California. I have all of the proof that the port of Oakland, California is a slave plantation, okay? I know what a slave plantation is. I was born and raised in Alabama, and I know what a slave plantation is, and I know what they do, okay? And right here in Oakland, the railroad companies run the Port of Oakland for 40 years. It wasn't the city and the county, it was the railroad companies. And they had a big slave camp up in Oakland Hills, and 1, 2, 3 in West Oakland. Most of West Oakland was slave camp at that time, okay? And so like the slaves cut down over 500,000 redwood trees in the Oakland Hills. There were a lot of slaves up there with no home. And cut down over 500,000 trees. They built homes out of them trees and 5 sawmills in the Port of Oakland. The railroad company did. And they built homes in Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, San Francisco, and San Jose out of them redwood trees. They didn't build their home for a black person, and they didn't give that black person a home here, okay? They lived in tents and on the streets and the ground just like a lot of them living today, okay? And it's time for a truth to be told. And I'm an ordained bishop, and also I have an honorary doctorate, okay?
Pastor,
And I
I'm
believe in
so
speaking the
sorry
truth.
to cut you
Okay.
off, but your comments are very, very powerful, and the task force appreciates it. And thank you so much for coming, but your time is up. However, feel free to submit any additional comments in writing to the task force. They would love to hear any additional comments that you would have to say. Do you need any assistance? Would you like any further assistance?
I'm sorry, I don't hear too well.
Oh, your time's up. Do you need any additional assistance?
I can say a couple words.
Yeah, time's up.
Your time is up. However, we'd be happy to take your comments in writing and share them with the task force. All right, our next commenter. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pastor.
Good morning. Bishop Williams was expressing his longevity here and the work that he's done, and we all are here to express the same sentiments. My name is Dr. Truth Bay, National Minister of Justice under the New Black Panther Party, under National Chairman Sheikh Imam Akbar, who wished to be here on their behalf. In 1857, Dred Scott stood before Roger Taney. He was just a man with 2 daughters and a wife, and he couldn't understand why he wasn't free. And Roger Taney, who actually had 13 slaves himself, was the Chief Justice at the time, said that you will have a black man who has no rights that a white man will ever respect. Since 1857, that has been law. It has not been written law, but through the 13th Amendment, where it says neither servitude nor involuntary servitude should accept as punishment for a crime whereof shall be duly convicted, and through traffic stops, through mass incarceration, that is how you continue to enslave the black man. So we ask that the anti-black hate crime bill, not a people of color, not an LGBT, no offense, but a black anti-hate crime bill to be drafted in order for us to be protected. Because according to the Constitution currently, it is flawed. It is giving permission for black people to be non-citizens as it states. So as we continue to increase policy, we ask that it shows in the community. Equity for black businesses who applied for grants over and over and over again. And no attack. But if you were part of the Mark Ridley Thomas Circle in LA County, which I was born and raised and represent, black women businesses, nonprofits have been given the shaft for as long as we can remember. And so, no personal attack, as people would say yesterday, but if you know politically that you have not done the job to keep LA constituents that I know a fair chance, then you have no reason to speak. We ask that these laws be implemented on paper and that a bill be drafted in order for us to see the protections that you give Asians, LGBT, Ukrainians, Afghanistans. Housing is a human right. We're going to need you just to cut the check. $1.7 million that we're speaking in LA County, and I'm sure in Oakland, Sacramento, and a lot of Black neighborhoods. Equity is very important. We don't want you to keep thinking of talking and discussing about it. Be about it. And so the reversal of that Dred Scott decision in equity is what we seek. And on behalf of Bishop Henry C. Williams, he deserves his reparations just like many of descendants of slaves. So can we see it and cut the check? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Brandy Summers, and I'm an associate professor of geography at UC Berkeley. But I'm here today as a daughter of Oakland, an East Oakland resident and native. To the task force, as you move forward in your assessment and development of reparations proposals, and as your experts continue to gather data, I ask that you consider this city, Oakland, and the greater East Bay, not only as a case, but a model for how place-based injury and the afterlife of slavery has shaped the administration of racist, unequal harm to Black people in this state. My family migrated from Louisiana in the 40s and 50s with the promise of a better life, wages, and conditions away from the institutionalized violence of Jim Crow. Just a few years prior, Black folks came here to work in the shipyards and related industries to help support the war overseas. More than 50,000 Black migrants arrived between 1942 and 1945, most settling in Oakland. Despite valiant contributions, Black folks remained at the bottom of the social and economic hierarchy, left in shipyard ghettos, in inferior living conditions, and on toxic land sites in places like West Oakland and the unincorporated areas of Russell City and North Richmond, which housed Richmond's landfill and was a notorious dumping ground for white residents and regional governments and businesses. If you want to measure economic impact of federal policies and programs like redlining and the war on crime, you can look no further than here, where we stand. But I want you to consider the impact of the war on poverty, urban renewal, or Negro removal in its totality, the end of the welfare state, the privatization of social goods and services, and the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, which disproportionately impacted Black Californians. I want you to remember the devastating and continuing effects of Prop 13, Prop 209, and even the Penal Code 667, which is also known as the Three Strikes Law. I want you to remember that Oakland's homeless population consistently makes up half of the total of Alameda County, and Black people comprise 70% of those experiencing homelessness, while making up just 20% of the overall population from a high of nearly 50% when I was growing up here. Black and Indigenous people continue to be the only ones whose numbers are shrinking in this city. At the same time, I also want to make clear that every instance of devastating harm impacted or enacted by the government, colluding with racist real estate industry, banks, and developers, there's been powerful resistance by Black people. Just talk to us. Black Oakland has always fought back, and we have sustained wins and losses, from the founding of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters in the 20s and the Black Panther Party in the 60s, to the incubation of prison abolition movements in solidarity with Black Lives Matter. Oakland residents, property owners, and renters regularly expose connections between environmental and employment concerns, as well as alliances with connections around the globe. We haven't yet gotten what we've deserved, but I implore you to consider our place as a model for how state-sanctioned egregious injustices have taken and continue to take our place.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Next presenter, please.
Good morning. My name is Sharice, and I am the granddaughter of Lula Mae and John Edgar, who left Mississippi for California during the Great Migration so my grandfather wouldn't get lynched. Today, I want to talk about direct cash payments versus policy change. Everything is not going to be quantifiable by a dollar amount, by a dollar value amount, excuse me. Some of what the task force is trying to address can be best addressed by policy change recommendations. Task force, please begin to distinguish which recommendations are policy change appropriate versus which ones are direct cash payment appropriate. I still want my check, but everything that has been discussed the last one and a half years does not require direct cash payment. It will make your task much easier to make the distinction. Secondly, restitution for the discrimination allowed by the state of California. The economists are trying to calculate the value lost to Black homeowners, businesses, etc. Why not calculate the value gained by the state for protecting discrimination? For example, how much tax revenue did the state collect during the time in question from Black residents? Conduct a sample audit of tax returns, pay stubs, etc. during those times. Boom, that's your restitution dollar amount right there. You can't benefit from being a bad actor in protecting discrimination. These restitution funds can be put in a pool for eligible claimants to draw from. And I yield the rest of my time if there's anything available to another speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Okay, so yesterday I wasn't able to complete my comments, so I'll restart here. So there are legacy organizations who attack grassroots lineage-based organizers. These people include NARC and NCOBRA, who slander them as anti-Black or Afrophobic. Some of them even work on the commission to try to encourage legislation that would allow a coup or to oust members who have strong backing of the very organizers whose advocacy pushed the bill through in the first place. The leadership of NARC and NCOBRA have demonstrated themselves to be hostile agitators who use their decades worth of political affiliations to undermine the reparations movement. Finally, the miscommunication goes all the way to sitting representatives, people like Reggie Jones-Sawyer, who introduced the legislation to have members of the task force removed, to Sheila Jackson-Lee and Barbara Lee, who insist on rejecting the voices of the grassroots to support a bill that essentially builds slush funds for legacy organizations to line their pocket for long-standing studies that promise nothing. The people have told them multiple times that HR 40 is unsatisfactory, and they've responded with what amounts to an oh well. It is not our job to jump behind bad deals. It is quite literally your job to write legislation that fulfills the will of the people. Grassroots organizers have even proposed edits, bills such as HR 1865. I also want to end addressing those who call lineage-based organizers divisive. How much of an ally are you if you require Black Americans to disappear themselves into a flat blackness and constrict them from being able to advocate for the peculiarities of their own predicament? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Akil Kashif El. I'm going to pick up where I left off yesterday. The slave is made real and descendable by custom and by act. African Americans are held under these two different constructs that transmute legal properties to human beings that belong to lands. Slavery in the United States served to cut off routes of escape for African Americans to gain their freedoms through customs. Let's say there were no legal declarations that African Americans was to be called slaves, but it entailed a series of cases followed by legislation that dealt with the practical problems arising from customs held by Europeans holding African as slaves. So I'm gonna just cut that part here and get into what I really want to say. I think the reparations should be as follows. It's to be gifted to us with gold and silver bullion to, as I said before, my antebellum slaves and ancestors and their heirs. It should be measured in the amount of 1 troy ounce of gold and silver per each antebellum slave and their descendants, according to the conditions of the mother for 16 generations. That equals 1,724 metric tons of gold and silver bullion. statehood enclaves settled on 465,121,280 acres of land in the former Confederate South. That's an equitable remedy, and that's what a society would look like to me had not we been enslaved by them. I like to go on more and more, but what I am kind of confused about is this should be on a national level and not a state level. As you know, when California entered into the Union, it was a so-called free state, not a slave state. Got you. So I believe that the correct platform is to be on a national level. You got to get it to that point. We don't want to be paid in fiat notes. We want to be paid in silver and gold bullion. Well, then we can back our own currency and fund our own repair. Contracted with the Federal Reserve Bank, they don't owe us reparations. Private banking housing in Europe. So it's a lot of red tape that goes with that. I do want reparations paid, but not in fiat notes. It definitely needs to be in precious golds, metals, silver, water, scarce resources. We need the ability to develop in enclaves. So I just need you guys to put that on the agenda. And thanks.
Thank you very much. Chair, just a check-in?
Yes. Per the approved motion, I want to check in with my colleagues. Do we want to stay at the 3 minutes, change it to 2 minutes, or 1 minute?
There are about 13 people, it appears, that would like to speak.
I'm just curious, again, can we just expand the time that we have here to maybe an hour and a half for oral comment? So,
Yeah.
Well, we started late.
We can entertain a motion if you like.
What is the scheduled end time for oral communications?
10:15.
10:15.
And there are also folks on the line.
Exactly. I would say at least we should extend it to 10:30.
Okay, so is there a motion? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we extend oral communications to 10:30.
Is there a second? So it has been properly moved by Senator Bradford and properly seconded by Member Holder that we extend the public comment period until 10:30 a.m. Is there any discussion on the matter?
Point of clarification, would that be continuing the 3 minutes or changing it also to two minutes? Just a question.
I still think we maintain the flexibility to go from 3 to 2, so that doesn't change it. So.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the matter? I'm saying we should limit it to 2, but still keep it until 10:30. I think that's a fair compromise.
Well, I'll take that as a friendly amendment. So move it from 2-minute presentations, but extend the time to 10:30.
Any other further discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam
Okay, may I proceed, please?
Well, we have to vote first. Chair Moore,
Oh, aye, excuse me.
Vice Chair Brown. Aye. Member Bradford. Aye. Member Grills. Aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer abstains. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Stepp.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Stepp votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 8 yes votes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. There are 8 yes votes, 1 extension. The motion carries as the ayes have it. So public comment period has been extended until 10:30. Each person has 2 minutes to speak. Aisha Martin Walton.
Yes. Next speaker, please.
Okay, thank you so very much.
Sir, you can speak.
Okay, thank you so very much. First of all, I'd like to praise God and thank God for being here. And like I said yesterday, America owes us the whole goddamn country. And I'm standing on that. And I'd also like to say that no one in America is making an honest day's living. So if you thought or you was under the impression that you got up this morning and that you was going to make an honest day's living, you deceived yourself. Did you hear what I said? Because the only way you can make an honest day's living here in America is doing the will of God. And that's a fact. Now, we've been born in sin and shaped in iniquity here in America, and we follow people that was already in rebellion to God based on what they did to us and what they are still doing. And we believe that there is no doubt that there is a meticidal conspiracy which is systematically and intentionally undermining and distracting these people's conscious beliefs for the purpose of instilling doubt in their mind. And once the doubt is instilled in their mind, they replace it with what is called immoral. And this is mental and physical torture through whitewashing tactics, where they tactically maneuver us in a position to suppress us, oppress us, compress us, and depress us. And now we stressed out based on these conditions. So we're asking that you give us reparations because America is number one on God's list to be destroyed. So if you don't accommodate us and you don't assist us, just watch what our God is going to do to America for what she has done to us and still doing in a conspiracy right to this very hour against us. One white American woke up and said, we conspire to destroy black people each and every day. And the whole system is based on destroying us. There is no doubt.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the mic. Next speaker, please.
At this moment, I would like to take a brief pause to recognize Oakland Councilwoman Travia Reed again. Thank you again for your presence. Thank you for your support as well. I can't see. And also Councilmember Ron Davis.
Lauren Taylor.
Oh, Lauren Taylor. Thank you all so much for providing this space and for your support and your invaluable service to the city of Oakland.
Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good morning. You can't see her, but this is for the baby in the back, asleep in who I assume is her daddy's arms. My name is Kayesha Nzevi, and I'm the head woman in charge of Black Californians United for Early Care and Education. We were just established this year as a result of historically deficit-minded policies. The early childhood education system is steeped in anti-Black beliefs and practices, thus reproducing racialized harm even in new policies and programs, i.e. TK. We aim to ensure California's ECE system is culturally affirming for Black children, Black families, and Black educators, and that ECE policies and resource allocation align to match such vision. Now, the full interim report, as comprehensive as it is, does not explicitly call out the distinct experiences of anti-Blackness for our youngest Black children, our babies, our infants, our toddlers, our preschoolers, Black families, and Black child care providers in California's ECE system. Black Californians United for Early Care and Education has a 10-point plan that uplifts the necessity and demand for a specific and tailored approach to fully invest in the Black whole child, whole family, whole ECE workforce, and whole community approach. California's early education system is at a critical inflection point that is on the brink of further oppression of Black children, families, and child care providers. And given the historical context of Black women being the nation's first caregivers, it is imperative that the task force includes recommendations that elevates the child care and early education system. Black ECE will be formally submitting a letter to the Reparations Task Force to consider adding early education into the California Reparations Report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Good morning to everyone who chose to come out this morning. My name is Moria McIntosh. I want to give a shout out to my best friend, Raquel Finley. She's in Texas, working with the Freedom Code Task Force out there. on reparations. I just want to read a piece from that they posted online about the racial terror before I speak. It said, nationally, after slavery, white Americans frequently aided by the government maintained the badges of slavery by carrying out violence and intimidating against African Americans for decades. Racial terror pervaded every aspect of post-slavery Black life and prevented African Americans from building the same wealth and political influence as white Americans. Just that alone is the reason why we need our reparations and the check cut to us alone. There's no way in this world that we would have been able to compete with anyone with a complexion lighter than ours, just based on the 400 years alone that they continuously undermined our culture. They stripped us from everything that we had. I don't even have my own last name. I can't even walk down the street without being judged. I can't fill out a job application without being judged. There's nothing I can do in this world without being judged. I just got back from Europe. They judged me. I deserve a fighting chance just like any other race in this world. Why should I be judged everywhere I go because the color of my skin? All I did was wake up and be born into this world. It's the hardest thing to do in this world is wake up and be a Black man, but you'll never know unless you walk in these shoes.
Thank you so much, sir. Just to check in, Chair Moore, it's about 9:50, so we can proceed with a few more.
Proceed with in person until like 10 minutes or so. We'll have a check-in in 10 more minutes.
Go ahead, Pastor. You have 2 minutes to speak. Thank you so much for coming.
I think one of the things I'm having trouble hearing you because of the masks, but God bless you. First of all, I want to thank this group, this August group that has been selected for this work. This is a serious work, and you're all very serious people, each and every member. And I really appreciate you. I think that we need to respect each other. We suffer from loss of love and respect now. And I've known some of you for a while. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for your hard work. The Vice Chair, Amos Brown, one of the real people that have been in this fight for many, many years here. And I've known him well, have had the times when I've been able to work alongside him. He's a great man. Reggie Jones Sawyer, Assemblyman Reggie Jones Sawyer. A lot of people don't know he's one of the people, along with Senator Steve Bradford, that made possible the payout of the first reparations for the Bruce Beach family, which we were all in together. Yes, for reparations. Repair. And that isn't enough. But those two gentlemen up there did a lot of work, Steve Bradford and Reggie Jones Sawyer, to make sure that that happened. And it wasn't easy. I was involved in that fight. By the way, I'm Reverend Tony Pierce. I'm the CEO of Black Wall Street Project. And we go all over the world fighting for people's rights. I want to read something that I think may be able to help the committee in their work.
I'm so deeply sorry, but your time is up. However, your points that you have written down, the task force will receive them if you submit them to reparationstaskforce@dlj.ca.gov.
Yes.
I'd be happy to help you do that.
Okay.
And,
I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to go. But I just said this. I didn't say what I was saying. I was speaking about this great committee and your work. Can I just have 1 second more? Thank you. Thank you. So Here's some key things that I'm going to submit. I'm not going to even read them. I will submit these things online that I think might help the committee.
However, we have a lot of people who also have important things to say.
All over the world.
Thank you
They
so much.
need to be heard.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thanks for,
God bless.
thank you. Thanks for coming out.
And $223,000 is not enough.
Next speaker.
It's not enough.
Sir, you can approach the mic, please. Go ahead and approach the mic. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for respecting the 2 minutes. Sir, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Ted Frazier. I also want to thank the committee for taking on this awesome responsibility that you have. I just have to say that my first response was, oh no, here we go again. I hope that it doesn't, the committee doesn't become like the infamous bridge to nowhere. A lot of times they refer things to committee and then you never hear from it. But I think we have enough responsible people on this committee to really take a serious look at the situation and come up with some results. Black churches, nonprofit organizations, specific names of Black people who have contributed to California culture should be integrated into the background section of the report, including the contributions of Secretary of State Shirley Weber, Congressman and Mayor of Oakland Ron Dellums, Speaker, Mayor of San Francisco Willie Brown, Tom Bradley of Los Angeles, Congresswoman Yvonne Burke, Doris Davis, Eddie Maddox, Wiley W. Emanuel, Dr. Robert Foster, Robert Drake, Bishop H.H. Brookins, Congressman Julian Dixon, William Nixon Jr., Paul Williams, Dr. Cloud Huston.
Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I am in the middle of your sentence. Thank you so much. However, know that your comments will be recorded. They will be written into the record of the minutes. And if you have additional comments, feel free to submit them to the Reparations Task Force email address.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out. Thank you again for respecting the 2-minute period. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pastor. Please proceed.
Peace and blessings to everyone in this room that are here for the honest work of getting reparations to the Black and Indigenous people of this land. I come from 3 generations of people that served this country, and their descendants built this country. And so every camera in this room is here because of the buzz of getting the paltry and measly $200,000 or some such for housing discrimination. So I'm going to talk about housing discrimination. Again, 3 generations. My great-grandfather served World War I. My grandfather served in World War II and in Korea. My father served in Vietnam. None of them got any GI Bill, real or imagined. And so we're going to talk about housing discrimination. I bought a home in 2006 and was part of the greatest transfer of wealth out of our community ever. And in 2013, only 4 Black homes got loans from the major banks. So let's talk about housing discrimination. $200,000 is nothing for what my family has contributed to this country. We built this country, we serve this country honorably. We need reparations.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, you're on.
I got 2 or 3 minutes. Can I make it?
You have 2.
You
have two.
I had 3 yesterday.
Two.
Okay, well,
Let's start.
Okay, look, I came a long way from LA. To me, I'm just telling you, transparency is the key. We need to communicate. That's going to be the key to us black people. I stay at the Marriott. I saw the gentleman this morning, and people walking past me don't even know we having a meeting right here. There's something wrong with that panel. Everybody praising you. I had a problem here. I have a motion to pass today. Yesterday when I spoke, look over my minutes. I'm going to speak loud so everybody can hear. We had problems with people in the back. This is not a circus. We come here like in college. We got all you guys respected. We from ground zero. Your job is to hear us. We want transparency. First thing I said yesterday was the dead people in front of us. And we say from my neighborhood, the dead homies. They will be respected to get reparations as well. To pass out to the people. I did not see that on you guys' readings. And as well, 1977 is a disgrace. I told you yesterday about 84, the incident with Oliver North and Ricky Ross. I bought them from him. I give my time to society. Okay. Ronald Reagan never did his. Bush never did his. So we're affected. 77 is not the year. The year should be present. Okay? Next thing, I need to know, 1 minute left. Thank you, sister. I need to know a lot. I want your number, brother. I love your information. You on fire, but I need you to speak up and let us hear what you really said because it's real powerful. You, my sister, you need to speak up too, and all this, hush with her. I'm sorry, I've just been here a minute, and I'll let you know. We need to hear you back. We sat in the back yesterday, and we had to, what did she say? Transparency. We need to hear everything you say. This is very important to us. Not just for us, for our dead people, for us and the ones that come later. When it goes to the government, we want everything. We want schooling because you tell us we want school. We want medical for the Tuskegee Institute trying to genocide. We don't even want to pay taxes just like Indians. Well, not Indians, the natives. So this is where we are right now. So this is the start of the ground. One more minute. This is the ground zero. This is the ground zero. Hey, God bless y'all. Appreciate y'all. I just want to know. I need motion.
Thank you.
Pass it from 77 to present. Anybody?
Thank you.
Can we go?
I need the next.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Next, we need. Thank you. Next speaker. All right. Thank you so much. Thanks for respecting the 2-minute time frame. You may proceed. Just speak loudly. In 1937, the Homeowners Loan Corporation made a redlining map to determine who would receive home loans and general housing investments in the Bayview-Hunters Point area. Bayview-Hunters Point received the lowest score. Blacks were pushed into the Bayview district from redlining ushered in from Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and Arkansas, and the major growth was between 1940 and 1970. The shipyard was purchased at Hunters Point in 1940 by the San Francisco Naval Shipyard, was purchased in Hunters Point by the U.S. Navy. And that's where the USS Missouri battleship was. In 1950, same neighborhood, Operation Sea Spray. In 1950, where the U.S. Navy secret biological warfare experiments was the Cernetta marcosian and Bacillus globi bacteria was sprayed over the San Francisco neighborhood. That is genocide. Medical apartheid. Naval Radiation Defense Laboratory established in Bayview. The Naval Radiation Defense Laboratory was a military lab created to study the effects of radiation in nuclear weapons. Military scientists experimented with the disposal of nuclear material without concerns for their close proximity to the major metropolitan area. This was in the Bayview-Hunters Point area. The Environmental Declared Era Superfund. The Environmental Protection Agency declared Hunters Point Shipyard one of the top 10 most polluted federal properties in the United States of America, and that wasn't even recognized until the year 2000.
My grandmother died of cancer at 49 years old in 1979. My other grandmother died of cancer in 1986. My aunt died of cancer in 1992. My mother died of cancer in 2008. My cousin Isis, who is my aunt Valerie, who died of cancer in 1999, died of breast cancer at the age of 47 years old.
I'm so
We
sorry.
are all from Bayview, Hunts Point area.
Your time is up, but thank you so much. Please continue and feel free to
We need
submit
real
your
people on
comments.
this panel who are from America, who are Black Americans,
time is
because
up.
we feel the pain of what happens and we really know.
Thank you so much for your comments.
What it's done to our communities.
Thank you. Next speaker, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here representing not only the God Reparations group from yesterday, but also HR 2998, which is about COINTELPRO. I wanted to hope that with the information we'll provide, since the information we've been sending, these chairs be represented with some of the people that supported our God Reparations group. Mutulu Shakur is a man that was released this
I need
week.
the staff to step out because it's carrying noise and it's getting a bit distracting for me. I cannot hear public comment with staff on the phone. So if you can step out, please proceed.
Should I move away from the microphone? Oh, okay. Mutulu Shakur is released next week. Most people know of him as Tupac's stepdad. Mutulu Shakur is one of our elders because the seats we want to occupy here in our hearings believes that there was a movement. We became on the map as California because something that went down in this city. I also want to mention that not only is Mutulu being freed, who stopped drugs to happen in Black communities through acupuncture, Kazi Toure, at 15, joined the Black Panthers and went to Langley College, which is right over here. And he became an elder with the National Black Radical Congress, which convened this year, which we're a part of, supported this. Also, Frederica Newton, her office is right through these doors, and she hasn't been sitting in these chairs. Her husband started something called the Black Panther Party. She's right here. I'm asking that these chairs be filled by my mentors. I ask that you also remember 5 streets from here. There was a program that went from Oakland to California to the United States and then the world. It's called the Breakfast Program. Why are those elders, because they're not dead, not in these seats? We want to hear from them. We want to see them. They have the knowledge, what is a political analysis.
Thank you so much for coming forward.
God Reparations.
Thank you.
Okay,
Before the next speaker, Chair, I need to do a check-in. It is 10:05 and.
Can you explain, Michael Newman, what's going on with the phone lines right now?
I don't know. Is this working? Yeah, it is. Improvement over yesterday. We are having an issue where the phone lines on the back end, on the phone operators end doesn't seem to be processing the information into the Zoom. So I have the phone line set up here on this phone. And if you want to take public comment from the people on the phone, we don't know how many people are on it. We have, there is an operator who's ready to let people in by line. So we can shift over to the phones to allow the people on the phone line to be heard. I don't know if you want to do that at some point. We have people in line, but we do have people on the phones, and I wanted to make sure you understood the situation.
Thanks. So it's 10:06. We voted to extend public comment until 10:30. Want to check in with the task force members in terms of, do you all have any thoughts around how we should move forward? Knowing that the traditional phone lines aren't working, should we take phone calls? If so, we're going to have to do it kind of manually, as he was suggesting. There's also still a lot of people who are in the line. So any thoughts? Member Holder, you recognize.
Speak into the mic, please.
Catch up with the people online and prioritize them. And then in here, in line, on the line, right here. and prioritize them, and then let's check in again and see whether there's improvement with the phone lines. That's my suggestion.
So we'll go with that. So we'll continue with the in-person public comment. Thank you.
Next public commenter, and again, thank you everyone for respecting the 2-minute time frame.
Hi, I'm Shamila McLean. I'm going to try to be brief. I'm a former special education teacher out of the Bay Area here. And as a special education teacher, I was listening to a very controversial person by the name of Dr. Umar. You guys heard of him, right? Dr. Umar Johnson. He's very controversial. A lot of people don't like him. But I was introduced to him because I'm a special education teacher, and he was a psychologist for special education. And what he has mentioned about reparations recently is the word perpetuity. If we know that, it means something that's lasting forever, right? And as Americans, as America lasted and has been funded by slavery for perpetuity, basically, and to give us one check and not to have all those insurance companies and all those agencies that's been benefiting from slavery for the rest of for the entire lifetime of America, and to say that we get one check but not being like investors, our shareholders in those other companies, is kind of wrong. In your 400-page report that you wrote, that word is not mentioned once. So I'm hoping that you guys look into perpetuity and how America has been benefiting from slavery for its conception, and how we can benefit from America being alive until it's over. Because as Black people, we deserve that. And I have so much more. I sent some emails to your task force with other ideas and other things that I have to say, but 3 minutes, 2 minutes, I can't do that, right? So hopefully you guys are checking your emails about that and what Black people are actually saying. But please include the word perpetuity into your report and how we can benefit as America is benefiting from slavery and from what our ancestors did that we never got paid for. And I hope that you guys sue every other country that has benefited from slavery as well, not just this country. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for those comments this morning. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Moore and members of the Reparations Task Force. My name is Tamara Raspberry, and I am principal for Skyline Advocacy and a member of the Black Leadership Council, who I'm speaking for today. The Black Leadership Council is a group of California leaders from varied sectors across the state that seek to improve the conditions of Black communities across 4 key areas: health, wealth, housing, and education. And we are extremely grateful for your work. We are doing this through our Black Prosperity Agenda that includes an examination and application of Black power building. The urgency of the topics you have addressed throughout this process do not have simple solutions, and we appreciate the range of expert testimony that has been included. In regard to today's topics, Black Americans are incarcerated in state prisons at nearly 5 times the rate of white Americans. More than 122,000 California residents are locked up in state prisons, leaving the state with an imprisonment rate of 310 for every 100,000 California residents. So you have 1 minute, so I will move over. The United States spends $182 billion per year on mass incarceration, a system that harms millions and fails to make communities safer. This includes 3,000 jails and 1,900 state and federal prisons that cost taxpayers $85 billion per year. Mass incarceration devastates entire communities. It worsens overall health outcomes and exacerbates economic inequality. With only 6.5% of Californians identifying as Black or African American, we account for nearly 40% of the state's homeless. We need to continue to decriminalize low-level drug offenses, arrest fewer people, end money bail, and reform sentencing practices, and better invest in low-income communities. Thank you for your time today and your critical work. The Black Leadership Council looks forward to being a thought partner and uplifting the community. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next speaker, 2 minutes, please.
Good morning. My name is Icy Williams. I stand before you to contribute to the efforts of this task force with reparations proposed as follows. The California Department of Fair Employment and Housing, DFEH, denies Black Californians a fair administrative process. African Americans are the only unprotected class in the so-called protected classification.
The leadership and key staff at DFEH need to be replaced with individuals who will enforce civil rights laws fair and equitable for all California residents. Reparations should include both legal and anonymity protections for African Americans who filed discrimination lawsuits against violating employers in the state of California. All expired right to sue notices issued by DFEH over the last unspecified decades should be reinstated as a reparation for African Americans. Going forward, right to sue notices should never expire when African Americans file legitimate discrimination complaints. Black Californians harmed by discrimination should be allowed to file complaints with both the Department of Fair Employment and Housing and the EEOC without restrictions. Next, the California Department of Labor also does not pursue claims filed by African Americans. As a reparation, I propose that claims filed by African Americans that remain unsettled by the Department of Labor be issued monetary fines in addition to unpaid claims for employer labor code violations. The Department of Fair Employment and Housing and Department of Labor need accountability and independent oversight. There should be neutral overseers to perform audits and regular reviews of these state departments to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion for African Americans. Next, the University of California, UC system, is one of the most anti-Black employers in the state of California. As a reparation, I propose the UC system be held accountable and fines imposed for each discriminatory act to remedy the harms against Black employees along with job reinstatements.
I'm so sorry, your time is up.
California, you promised me yesterday, you told me to come back today.
And we're so glad you're
Finally, the California State Bar Association's mission is to protect the public.
Thank you. Your time is up. We have to proceed to our next speaker. Thank you. You can submit your comments to our email.
Yes, and we're glad you did.
And
however, feel free to submit the rest of your comments in writing. If they will go to, I'm sorry, we have a lot of people here with 2 minutes. Next speaker, please. No, I'm so sorry. We need to have the next speaker. It's just not fair to everyone here. The other people. Come on, next speaker, please. I'm so sorry. Next speaker, I'm so sorry. I'd be happy to help you submit it in writing. Next speaker, please. Can you please remove from the, yes.
Interrupted.
Excuse me, ma'am. We have to move on. You can submit your comments online or via our phone and at our next hearing as well. You got your opportunity.
I did.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I really
I'm just
appreciate
about
it.
done. On the highest level, the state of California operates with African Americans. Employment is livelihood. When African Americans are employed, we're often harassed on the job and treated differently.
Excuse me, madam. It's finished. Your time is up. Your time is up. Please, please, pretty please. Give it to the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your extension of time. I appreciate it. I don't want to squander it. First and foremost, I think that we need to define lineage. Lineage deals with hereditary backing or blood right, but also deals with institutional custom and trade and commerce. It's lineage based too. We don't have a way to do business in commerce. So I'm presenting to you an opportunity and promoting that we make Oakland a grassroots, since California is going to lead the way, a grassroots foundation that we can do a repository so we can collect the finances for all these so-called Black people who don't have national interest in banking. Now, under that, you'll put the gold or the silver in the account, because this is $1, but it's $40 if you're spending private commercial paper. So we put it in a depository and we can turn over some dividends and diversify the portfolio into the stock of the state so everybody can be indentured and entitled to indemnify themselves to security. We can do that, and then when we have children, it'll still be turning over interest from the collateral that we're using as silver and gold. It's simple. And so this is a proposal. It's here, and it'll be before the chair. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Before the next speaker speaks, I would like to recognize two additional elected officials, City of Richmond Council Member Demilius Johnson and City of Emeryville Council Member Kalima Preforce. Thank you all for attending and thank you for your support and invaluable service to Richmond and Emeryville.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate y'all for letting us speak. My name is Fanchen Mosley. I'm from Los Angeles. I travel here to be a part of this task force meeting to speak. I'm a Black American. I'm a millennial, so I was born in the crack epidemic era, war on drugs, the crime bill, establishments, all that. So I lived the life of these things that made the Black community crumble even more. Like I said, I'm a Black American. I can trace my lineage past the 1865 census, like many of Black Americans can if they do their research of their lineage. I got this book at the last Reparations Task Force in Los Angeles, and I want to give y'all a grade. Overall, I appreciate the statistics. It's me. It's what's happened in my life. It's what happened in most Black Americans' lives. I appreciate y'all efforts in putting that in there. Also, you know, I have to say on one hand, it's showing, you know, delineation to my people because that's the only people that it happened to. So I want you guys to keep that in consideration that it is for Black Americans, these things that happen. We can't be compared to anybody else. I noticed in the book you guys compare us to other persons of color, and it's no comparison. We are the blood here. We are the people that came from this land, and some people did come from Africa. So I would like y'all also to consider that people were enslaved here that were of indigenous blood, that are Black Americans, that were reclassified. And if y'all can add that into y'all report, because it's not just Africans. And I don't want it to be muddy. I don't want the waters to be muddy about the reparations and what it's for. And I know it's not just for slavery as well. Like we were talking about housing discrimination. We are like in this book, you guys tell us like we are 53% of Black families are homeless.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but thank you so much for coming all the way from Los Angeles to San Francisco and representing.
Good morning, Task Force. My name is Carolyn Johnson Essex. I'm from Long Beach, California. And I wasn't able to, can you hear me? I wasn't able to say everything last time, but I just want to say, I stand before this body to encourage everyone to stay strong and united. We are in the fight of our life, but when haven't we been? The history of slavery in America is actually worse than what most of us know. So do not let anyone marginalize the absolute heinous and violent behavior applied to Black folks, Black Americans, and especially Black men. They will say it wasn't that bad. They will say it was long ago, but the Library of Congress is full of documentation. Historians, white and Black, have researched and documented everything. The lynchings and dragging by horses and trucks, the burning of whole towns consisting of our ancestors, our people, not the ones that did it to us. It was our people that it was done to. And so they had zero remorse. Although we are all traumatized to this day, stay strong. Know who you are and whose you are. And at the end of the day, any amount is too little and every amount is never enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out today. Next speaker, 2 minutes, please.
Righteous morning. How everybody doing?
Wow. So I'm in California. I was listening to Tony Tone song. It never rains in Southern California, and I'm in Northern California. It's a little cold, so I had to wear my ski mask and my coat. But I've been looking at the research that you all have been doing in California, and I traveled thousands of miles away from Philadelphia to come out here to first off, say thank you for the amazing work that you all are doing. It's a blessing to see something like this firsthand. And second of all, I looked at the some of the reports that you all put out in regards to developments of these Black American offices of affairs or these Freedmen Affairs offices. And I think that idea is something that is not only genius, but it's transformative to something, we can take on that Freedmen Affairs, Black American Affairs agenda around the nation. I heard Thomas Kramer say yesterday, you all are the experts, and it's a political thing that has to happen, right? So when I heard that, my brain clicks and it makes me think, well, we have to lobby, we have to organize, us being reparationists. My name is Khalif the Reparationist, by the way. But with that being said, the great suggestions that you all have laid out, it has inspired me, it has inspired others to continue doing this work wherever we may be, and always look at California as ground zero for the amazing work for the advancement of Black Americans here in this country. So, shout out to you all, and thank you for the amazing work.
Thank you. Thanks for coming traveling so far. Next speaker, 2 minutes, please.
I'm sorry, I had to bring my baby. My name is Brent Turner. I'm a resident of Oakland. I was born here. My parents were born here. Before then, my grandparents, they were in San Francisco, and they were from the South. But I want to thank you all, the whole task force, for actually putting all this together. It's well needed. I want to thank the good Dr. Reverend Amos Brown for participating in the Reparations Task Force that the Black and Jewish Unity Coalition put together, which I'm an active member. So I want to start this off by, a few days ago, I heard a speech by President JFK where he said, we preach freedom around the world and we mean it, and we cherish our freedom here at home. But are we here to say to the world, and much more importantly to each other, that this is the land of the free, except for the Blacks? That we have no second-class citizens except for Blacks? That we have no class or caste system, no ghettos, no master race, except for respect for the Blacks? Now the time has come for the nation to fulfill its promise. We were brought here as tools, as a mule to fuel the economy. And since we're no longer that tool, we were casted aside to die. But surprisingly, we've been surviving. I know you guys have your recommendations in order. I haven't had a chance to fully read the 500 pages. But what we do need, from my experience of living, being Black my whole life, and getting out into the real world, we need a state-funded bank that will provide us interest-free loans for housing and for businesses. We need community wellness centers that would keep us alive and surviving, because I know my grandmother passed away early. She shouldn't have died that early because she couldn't afford good health care. We need free state colleges. The state is already doing that now. And maybe it's a little far-fetched, but maybe we shouldn't have to pay state taxes for a while too. You all are aware of the income gaps, and they're going to continue to rise.
Sir, I'm so sorry. Your time is up.
Okay.
However,
I just want to thank you all for that. And like I said, Martin Luther King said 60 years ago, we shall overcome. And it seems like we, 60 years later, hoping that we're going to overcome.
Thank you.
And let's not make this a paralysis
Thanks.
of analysis.
Thank you. All right, next speaker.
Good morning. Thank you, Task Force, for organizing this important discussion. My name is Daniel Landry. I'm a member of the African American Task Force in San Francisco, along with my colleague, Dr. Amos Brown. Thank you for all your work. And I've been watching from a distance, but I thought it'd make sense to come here in person to just tell you we're in solidarity with this body and every other body that's seeking reparations here in the state of California. I will say, being from Mississippi and living in San Francisco all my life, I don't have to bore you with the city of sin, San Francisco. We know that no city can compare on what Black people have went through in San Francisco as well as Mississippi. But today I just wanted to, and I'm going to be quiet because I see the line. I know we only have a few short minutes. One thing that the sister was saying about like Bayview Hunters Point Shipyard, and I sat on the Restoration Advisory Board in 2008. When we seek justice in this country, usually it's our own people we have to fight first. And if we can get beyond them, others start to come along and support us. So I just want everyone to please be patient with each other, because this is a process, as Forte said, we're making, well, he said a gangster gumbo, but this is a process that we all have to accept that's not going to be easy. So thank you very much. And we're here in solidarity too with CJ, and we're in support and solidarity of the work that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Moore, is that 3 minutes?
Yeah, apologies to those on the phone lines. AT&T wasn't able to correct the issue. We do have a hard cutoff at 10:30. I'm happy to, check in with my colleagues, but for flexibility purposes, if we can just do 1 minute. But I mean, this is a good time. Do we want to have a hard cutoff for 10:30? Okay, we have a hard cutoff at 10:30, so we're probably only going to have to, we're only going to have time for like 3 more speakers. So you can proceed.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jayla Williams, and I'm currently 21 years old. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of the youth. And coming from a society where it limits our control, with these reparations, it can give us a sense of control. And with this control, we can benefit not only ourselves, but everybody else. It doesn't matter what your skin color is. And we all know Black people are not violent. We just are put in situations where they do things where it upsets us. And I'm a person of solutions, so here are my solutions with this reparations. For one, we can open up mental health facilities because we all know it's a serious issue in our community. We can also open up education systems to get children excited about learning, so we can have future doctors, future mechanics, everybody. So please take it into consideration to give us reparations, because it can not only benefit us, but everybody else as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you, and that was my baby girl. Hi, I'm Pamela Williams, and I'm from Elk Grove, California. I was born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee, and I came here to California in 1985. My grandmother's mother was a product of slavery, and when she was a toddler, they were freed. At that time, they had no housing, and from what I understand, they had to live in boxcars, which are trains. And from there, they went on to live they hopped around on reservations. So I understand perfectly clear. I consider myself a foundational Black American. But also, too, I've been here since 1985, and it's my understanding that you have established a time frame for lineage, maybe cutting off at 77, 79, and that possibly will eliminate me. So my 2 things I have to say: the reparation should be tax-free, so that when we get the monies, the IRS won't come after us and take a big chunk of it. Second, I'm pleading and I'm asking that when you make the decision of the lineage base, that you please at least say from those who've been in California since 2000, please, because we've been here, but I've got children, I've got grandchildren, grown grandchildren. So I'm just asking, I thank you so much. God bless you. I appreciate this task force. And also remember, when everyone in this room has transitioned over, all of your names will be in the history books when we're dead and gone. So I'm asking you to please push the envelope for us, because the housing,
Thank you so much for your comments. Thanks for coming out. This will be our last speaker of the day. Sir, you are our last speaker of the day.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All these beautiful faces. My name is Paul Williams. I'm from Oakland, California, born and raised, registered nurse practitioner. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, Henry Burrell, died in the Civil War. He had 4 children, small children. And I found that information out, and it was so powerful to me. It was so effective in my mind, and for me to tell my children. And now we know we have this information. And I know that he fought for this with his whole heart, soul, spirit, and his body, and he was the ultimate sacrifice, as many Americans, African Americans, Black Americans have been. With that being said, there's something quick I want to say. A harsh, separated life of a chattel slave with his mother living very, very far away. No peace or freedom living with Colonel Lloyd, violence on adults, girls, and boys. Finally being able to be free living with the odds. It felt like freedom, but not at all. He was a slave in those days because he was Black, but accepting his condition made him a slave in fact. Abolition, reparations was a word with no offense, but to slaveholders, it made no sense. Frederick realized he was never going to be free as a slave, so his only chance for freedom was to run away. Mr. Covey beat him. He never gave him chances. He was so cold-hearted, mean and truly scandalous, but finally beating Mr. Covey woke up his senses. This Black slave was truly strengthened. Gaining his master's trust was truly his chance. Sneaking away to have life on free land, being married to Anna, his wife, by James W.C. Pennington, a man who was white. His last name was Bailey, a name of pain. Now it's Douglas. It reigns much fame. That's something that I created in the past, and for me, that's been powerful. Reparations is not offensive. It's simply the solution to right a wrong, to be made whole. And everyone here, I thank you. Thank you for your time. I thank you for your efforts. I thank you for the task force. Everyone, from my brother Josiah Williams back there to everyone else, everyone, I love you here. I appreciate it. Love is the answer. Let's love each other. Let's treat each other right. We're Californians. We need to do this. This is necessary. Reparations now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. What a powerful way to end public comments today. It's been powerful. Thank you for everyone who has come out. We now have to move on. Chair Moore, task force members.
Chairman Moore.
It's.
I just want to say enforcement. Everything I want is in the report, but laws to enforce it. Enforce what you put out. Enforce what you put out.
Thank you. All right, so we're now moving on to, thank you all members of the public. Thank you.
I'm just the last person. Can I speak, please?
Oh, we can't. We have to move on.
Raising a vote.
All right, so we are going to agenda items number
Madam
11
Chairman,
and
can I
12.
speak? I'm the last person, please.
No, because there were people ahead of you that
I didn't get a chance to speak yesterday, and people.
you can turn in your comments via email, hotline. You can also speak to me on the side during the break, and you can participate in public comment at the January meeting as well. Thank you. We're behind. So now we are, as agenda items 11 and 12 from yesterday's agenda were tabled. Before we move forward with today's agenda, if there is no objection, we will remove the two items that were tabled from yesterday's agenda and proceed with them before continuing with today's agenda. Is there any objection to that? Hearing no objection, I will move to agenda item number 11, discussion and potential action items on advisory committee's preliminary recommendations on educating the public and formal apologies. Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Thank you. I know it's difficult. The chair is doing a very difficult job of balancing public comment and what we have to get to actually get to the June 2023 recommendations. The amount that we have to cover is overwhelming. I'm told we're already an hour behind in the agenda. So I'm going to race through these slides in deference of the need to get us through this. But I regret that we don't have enough to get every speaker. But I also want to support the chair in moving the agenda along, or otherwise we cannot do our job to get what we need to be done by June 2023. So if I could have the first PowerPoint up and I'll go through this. I'm not seeing it on my screen. It's not on my screen. All right. I'm just going to have to crane my neck and do it like this. So next slide, please.
Can you speak up, please?
Thank you. Next slide, please.
You should have a hole to take a nap in.
All right. So AB 3121 requires us to recommend appropriate ways to educate the California public. That is a requirement of the legislation, and we have to make these recommendations by June 2023. So those are the task force's findings, the interim report, and the final report. Next slide, please. The purpose of that requirement is as follows: to educate the California public of the harm of slavery, the forms of racial oppression and exclusion that followed, and the resulting cumulative, compounding, and cascading consequences that persist today, many of which we've heard from public comment. To increase the understanding and support for future legislative actions implemented by the task force's recommendations. Basically, that means we need to move the needle of public opinion to create the political will to get this done. And ultimately, moving the needle of public opinion involves developing allies within and outside the African American community. We need the ability to not only advance the rationale and the narrative behind reparations and why it's necessary, we also need to defend the program against the attacks that are likely to come, that are actually coming out. We've seen it already in the right-wing media. And that's why the public education component and the communications consultant is so critical at this stage. We also need to basically translate the issue into one of simple justice. It's not only a matter of reparations, direct reparations to the injured and people who suffered directly, but also to translate this into a justice issue for the entire country. So again, next slide, please. Part of the Communications Committee and the Public Education Committee overlaps. Shauna Charles is going to be working on some things that will be started now, but need to continue after the task force ends, which is June of 2023. So following the end of the task force, the legislature, we would recommend certain things in connection with public education. I'll propose those today. And Shauna Charles mentioned, in terms of that public education, she listed a number of targeted communities that includes the faith community, labor, grassroots organizations, civil rights organizations, I would say professional associations, teachers unions, the Association of Psychologists that Member Grills deals with, every kind of big and small organizations we need to basically penetrate with our message. Next slide, please. We need to recommend the state agency that will oversee the public education process after the task force ends. So in June of 2023, we go out of business. So the question is, how do we advance this, knowing that the passage of reparations bill is going to be a fight that will continue long beyond the sunset of the task force. So we are proposing a newly created agency, and it could be within the California Department of Education or the State Board of Education or other relevant agencies, but some sort of oversight process. And what would that public education look like? Well, here's just one example. The interim report becomes the final report. It incorporates not only what we've already written, but also forms of repair that are to be made. Among other things, we need to get hard copies of that report out. It's too hard for people to try to access it online. I say this because I think that the interim report is probably the most significant government report since 1968 Kerner Commission report over 50 years ago, which was largely ignored when that came out. It came out at the heels of the protests and the violence erupting in Detroit and Newark in particular. It laid out basically what had to be done. It was largely ignored to the country's consequence and to the exponential damage, I think, that of the harm to the Black community because those issues were not addressed. So one of our tasks in this public education is to make sure the interim report to be the final report is not ignored. And it is a report that should resonate not only within California, but the entire country. However, while the interim report is groundbreaking monumental work, its sheer length and sweep of history also makes it difficult for the public to absorb. The following slides discuss possible projects to make the interim report more accessible. I can't emphasize enough how important that is, because average American, average Californian has no idea of the harm that has happened. I thought I knew something about American history, but after going through this process of working with the DOJ staff to help develop the report along with the other members of the task force, things were uncovered I was not aware of. And I would guess most Americans think that racism ended after the Emancipation Act. And I think that's the state of where we are now. Totally agree. So basically, that's part of moving the needle of public opinion, and that whether it has to be done with the education system certainly does, but in other avenues that I'll talk about. So among other things, we would recommend the development of a curriculum and the retention of a consultant, not in June of 2023, but right now, retention of the consultant to begin developing curriculum to work with the Department of Justice to complete and implement it after the task force ends. Curriculum development takes some time, may take 6 months or more. So again, these are things we need to set in motion now, which will continue after we go out of business. We recommend that the curriculum developed by the consultant, I wonder if we're at the right slide, be adopted by the legislature and become part of the state mandated educational requirements. Again, to deal with that issue about education, and that would be lesson plans for K-1 through 12. It would involve teaching modules for middle school, high school, and collegiate undergraduate schools in history, in civics, social studies, race and society classes, ethnic studies, and so on. We need teacher training also. The teachers would, I'm guessing most, even those who are highly studied in this area, they'll learn something from the report. And so we need to teach the teachers to learn how to teach this material. Next slide, please. We need to recommend the creation of derivative and creative works and provide funding for such works. So examples of that would be to develop and distribute PowerPoint presentations of the interim report and on the 13 chapters. I could use, and each task force member could use those PowerPoints right now. And I've talked to Shauna Charles of the Charles Communications, and she's working on that. But we need those things to be circulated widely and available now and long after the task force ends. We need to retain producers to create documentary films. Those could be standard, the 1 hour version, or 30-minute, or six minute YouTube shorts, or 1 minute social media viral videos, or even 15-second TikToks that illustrate basically the need for reparations and why the rationale makes sense as a matter of simple justice. Audiobooks and audio chapters, excerpts recited by, it could be civil rights luminaries, actors, or other relevant celebrities, or people active in the community. I think Chris Lodgson has set an excellent example of reciting portions of the interim report. The Equal Justice Society, I've seen a concept video involving actors trained, reciting portions of the report, and it's powerful. When trained actors recite this material, it comes across in a very powerful way. Next slide, please. That would mean retain producers to create for example, dramatic works depicting events documented in the 13 chapters. We had a public commenter, Paul Williams, who had a poem that illustrates, in a nutshell, basically, why this is critical and needs to be done now. Training modules for people who run the portals of information. We talked about curriculum within the schools. But I think training modules for news editors, reporters whose beat is race, metro, U.S. politics, justice, criminal justice, it's important that they know the data on policing, on mass incarceration, on redlining, about why things are the way they are. I mean, one of the values of this report, connects the dots between the past and its present day ramifications and consequences, which are compounding and exponentially becoming worse. And so for those who are involved in controlling the portals of information, it's important that they have this background. And that involves public and private policymakers too. I'm glad that every legislator is going to get a hard copy of the interim report. But I think, again, we need to make that accessible and understandable in a way that is, you don't have to read a 500-page report. Next slide, please. So student, again, I'm just throwing out ideas here. Student contests for essays and video or multimedia productions. Students do that now. They're extremely creative. But I think these contests and competitions could be set up to encourage that. Convene public presentations on reparations with the participation of task force members and other leaders. You know, in my college days, we called that teach-ins, but it was effective then. I think it would be effective now. I've had the pleasure of doing panels with Chair Moore, Cheryl Grills, and member Javon Scott Lewis. And those things have been well attended and they've done an excellent job. And we should continue to do that both during now, which we are, and then after the task force ends. We need to work with thought leaders and influencers to produce podcasts, meet with editors of mainstream and ethnic media to discuss the interim report and the repair recommendations. We need to partner with philanthropy to create funds for creative and artistic works, again, to amplify the message of this task force and of the public that has made meaningful comments today and in the past and will in the future. Next slide, please. So we're living in a short attention span society wherein sound bites move public opinion more easily than deep analysis. So that's the environment we work with, and so the messaging has to be tailored to that. And Sean and Charles yesterday talked about how communications consultants do that. At the same time, the task force is addressing a subject matter that has been suppressed and erased and is complex. And so, again, we need to develop new ways to get that story out, conventionally, in curriculum, but certainly in other ways. In order to support the understanding by the public of the rationale for the expenditure of public funds, and we're talking considerable amounts, as people have mentioned, through any legislative change, create the political will for that to happen, as well as to counter misunderstandings and the counter narrative that we're going to be hit with increasingly as the task force begins to mull over the actual recommendations. It would be helpful post June 30th, 2023, to have a consultant, communications consultant, continue to work with the agency that is overseeing this public education process to get this messaging out. And so that concludes my presentation, but we're talking about not only legislation and getting that done, but also changing this culture, changing this culture that continues to churn anti-Black bias and compounding and continuing the disparities that are today. So with that, I'll take any questions from task force members. And if there are none, we can move on to the next agenda item too.
Madam Chair,
And Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
members of the task force, first of all, I commend Brother Don for his presentation. It's great information. And I would add, number one great British cleric said in a prayer, knowledge we ask not, knowledge thou hast left, but Lord, the will, there lies our bitter need. Give us to build above the deep intent, the deed. Finally, in addition to the great work that he's done, ought we not remember that in this political setting, the reality is you must have lobbyists. Billions of dollars have been spent at the national level and at state level. And if our people are going to get their well-deserved reparations, we need the same methodology of lobbyists that Assembly and the Senate, U.S. Senate, U.S. Congress have been moved to do the right thing because they had lobbyists. And if we're serious in this state about righting these egregious wrongs that are far overdue, we must remember to face the reality that right now we have had the historical Garner Murdaugh report. We had that report, the Kerner Commission. We've had that book, Two Nations, by Hacker, Two Nations, Unequal, Hostile, Divided. I can go on and cite these studies. We've studied enough the problem. But if this commission that was appointed by our governor at the encouragement of these two fine brothers over here, Brother Sawyer, Brother Brett, and our Secretary of State, I'm saying, for God's sake, let's deal with the real world. We have got to impact the will. And when this study is turned in, we ought to hit the ground running after these Senate persons and the Assembly persons have read that document. Then I make the motion that every one of them should have a copy of it now, so there be no excuse about they did not understand it. They ought to understand only that we are human beings, and as human beings, the wrong that was done to us need to be immediately enacted with goodness like yesterday. So thank you for your report, I repeat, and I do not make these comments in an adversarial manner, but I make these comments for the record
that the world may know that in this nation, unfortunately, they're still trying to turn the clock back. They're coming up with the nonsense about critical race theory. And we can write all the books, have all of the grades to present even to educators. If they don't have the will to understand that we are human and we deserve the same human respect that they get every day because they have been in the privileged crowd for all of these many years.
I can't agree with Pastor Brown more. And in order to change the culture, create the political will to get this done. I would add also, by way of messaging, Pastor Brown is a master of the metaphor. The house is on fire. And you take a complex story spanning 400 plus years, and the metaphor is the house is on fire. That's what we need to develop by way of public education now and then beyond the life of the task force. I'm reminded that the curriculum consultant that we recommend retaining, I need to make a motion on that. And so if the chair will allow me to make that motion, I'll make it. Can I proceed? So I move that the task force retain a curriculum consultant to be hired as soon as the contracting process will permit.
Second.
It has been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Senator Bradford that the task force hire a communications consultant as soon as the contracting process may permit. Is there any discussion on the matter?
Point of clarification. Point of clarification.
Excuse me. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it would probably be better to frame it as the task force direct the Department of Justice to retain an expert or experts for this purpose. There might be differences between, primary school, secondary school, colleges. But more importantly, the work may not be completed based on the fact that this task force has 6 months remaining. And so what we would ask is authorization to retain them. And, we'll have reports out, but if the work at the end of this is not completed, we'd have to have a cleanup resolution at the end of the task force's life to direct DOJ to do whatever is necessary to complete the process at the end. So it would be sort of a motion to direct us to retain a consultant. Obviously, you'd have, it'd be part of your advisory committee's work. And then we will have future motions directing the work of the consultants.
All right, I'll try to state that more simply. So the motion is the task force directs the Department of Justice to retain a consultant to begin the work on curriculum and to be open to entertain further resolutions that would enable the consultant work to continue, assuming that it won't be finished by the time the task force sunsets, to continue the work to produce these deliverables after the task force ends. Is that accurate?
It has been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Member Holder that the task force direct the DOJ to retain a curriculum consultant with an understanding that this curriculum consultant could work on behalf of the task force after the task force sunsets, essentially. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Beginning with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder? Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis? Member Montgomery Steppe? Aye. Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki? Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 8 members present and voting. There were 8 ayes and no nays, and 1 member not voting.
There are 8 ayes, no nays, 1 member not voting. The ayes have it, and so the motion carries. We'll now turn to the next tabled item on the agenda, which is DOJ updates.
Can I make
Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
a quick suggestion? And I think if there's one takeaway from this report, and I thank Mr. Tamaki for it, is the fact that this body needs to live beyond June of next year. And that's a real critical situation that we really need to discuss, because it's one thing to have the report done by June, and that still should be the goal and objective, to have that final report. But the real work begins after this final report, and to continue to hear the fact that the task force will sunset then. I think that's when the task force is going to be needed the most at that time. So I'm willing to entertain a motion that this body support legislation to extend the shelf life of this task force beyond June of 23. And this all for now, if this task force is still not assembled to provide additional direction.
Maybe we can discuss that another time. Are you actually putting in a motion right now, or are you saying that we should discuss that another time?
We can do either one, but it definitely needs to be discussed, because I think this will be all for naught if we think this final report will be the end all be all to rolling out what we've heard, not only from our presentations, but also what we've heard from folks who've come to provide their public comment. The work begins after the final report. And that's when this task force will really need to roll up his sleeves and do the work and make sure we're all moving in the same direction.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that you schedule that for the next
January. We can put that as an item to discuss for the January agenda. All right, we can move on to DOJ updates.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the task force. I just have 2 brief updates to share. One that is a request for an action item for this body. Last year, you approved the code of the conflicts code for this group, and it has been approved by the FPPC. One thing that needs to happen at this point is the final document has to be signed off on. It can be done either by a member of the task force or a member of the Department of Justice. And so we just need direction from you. If you would like to designate one of you to sign, it's purely an administrative function, but designate one of you to sign the code, or to designate a member of the Department of Justice staff to sign on behalf of the task force, just so that we can close the loop on that and get that returned to the commission. So that's one point. The other update that I wanted to provide is, and this is also for the benefit of the public, we do have confirmation for the January meeting dates, which are the 27th and 28th of January. That's a Friday and a Saturday. Again, hopefully because of the weekend dates, it will provide for more opportunity for public engagement and participation. That will be in San Diego, and our staff is working with member Montgomery Steppe to secure the location for that meeting. As soon as that location is secure, we'll make sure that that information gets to the task force members as well as the communications group to maximize the opportunity of time that we have to publicize the event so that more people can participate. So we're looking forward to that. We also have the February dates as well, which will be February 27th and 28th. And that will be taking place in Sacramento. And we will work with Senator Bradford's staff in securing all of the logistic details on that meeting date as well. That will be based on the task force vote. That will be the last in-person meeting, at least based on the current schedule. It's also subject to change depending on what the task force decides, but based on the previous vote of having in-person meetings through the February meeting, that will round out the locations that have been selected. And lastly, there is a remaining advisory group that we believe still needs to be established. We heard on yesterday with Chair Moore and Member Scott Lewis's presentation on the 5 framing questions. One of the issues that will still need to be addressed is the actual calculation of compensation. And so to the extent that the existing group that's working on that, which is Chair Moore and Member Scott Lewis, may be designated to do that task. That's up to the task force, or if the task force would like to establish a separate advisory group, that's also your prerogative to do. But we just wanted to flag that for your consideration in moving forward as what we see as a need that needs to be filled. So that concludes my updates. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. And otherwise, Madam Chair, we just need a motion to designate someone on the Code of Conflict signing.
Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just have a quick clarifying question, Attorney Brown. For the February hearing, what are the exact dates of that? We have I think you said it's on a Friday and Saturday.
That's a Monday and a Tuesday.
Yeah, okay.
That's not
okay. You said the 27th and the 28th.
It's ironically the same dates for both months, but they fall on different days.
Got it. Thank you.
And the February meeting, those were the dates that we had a quorum on that Monday and Tuesday.
Got it. Thank you.
So the first part, in terms of a designee for the conflict of interest code, we can entertain a motion to designate that role to the DOJ unless there's any volunteers who would like to sign on behalf of the task force. Is there a second? So it's been properly moved by Member Tamaki and properly seconded by Member Grills that we will designate the DOJ to sign the conflict of interest code on behalf of the task force. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you. I'll begin with Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown.
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford. Member Bradford votes aye. Member Grills. Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder. Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer votes aye. Member Lewis.
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Step.
Aye.
Member Montgomery Step votes aye. Member Tamaki.
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there were 9 members present and voting. There were 9 ayes and no nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There are 9 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions, and thus the motion carries as the ayes have it. And so the DOJ will be the designee to sign the conflict of interest code on behalf of the task force. The next point in terms of the DOJ updates that I had a question around was the Sacramento hearing for February 27th and 28th, which is a Monday and Tuesday. I want to ask if, to the pleasure of the task force, we could particularly try to revisit to see if there's another quorum we could establish, particularly if this is going to be our last in-person hearing, hearing what folks have said about, like, hearings being on the work days and things. It probably isn't the most strategic thing to have our last in-person hearing on a Monday and a Tuesday. If that's the only dates that work, that's perfectly fine with me. But I just wanted to raise that as an issue. And potentially the DOJ between now and January could put out another doodle poll to see if some other dates work better for us.
We can certainly do that. We can repoll the task force and narrow the availability to Friday, Saturday dates in the month.
Thank you. And then the other last part in terms of your agenda item is a potential action on creating a new advisory committee on calculations of compensation, correct? Okay. Bit more detail on that.
I'm gonna. Who wants to do it? Okay. Yeah, just 1 second.
So the existing advisory committee that you are on, Chair Moore and Member Lewis, is designed to answer the 5 questions of the experts. We had sort of wrestled in the last meeting about what the different advisory committees were to work through, and it would be logical for a separate advisory committee to deal with all the fiscal aspects of reparations. So there's a couple ways that can be done. Either, like I said, one advisory committee can do the fiscal aspects of reparations across all of those subject matter areas that the experts delineated previously, or that issue can be subdivided amongst the different advisory committees on the different specific topics. Those are the 2 models. If you do it separated by topics because of the Bagley-Keene Act, they would not be able to talk to each other. So the experts would be working on fiscal and monetary aspects of reparations with each of the different advisory committees separately, but not able to talk to each other. So if there's crossover issues or things like that, we'd have to wait until the next meeting to redress those. So those are the 2 models. Our recommendation would be to have one advisory committee handle the fiscal economic reparations aspect. And what Damon referenced earlier, Attorney Brown referenced earlier, was that it could just be part of your advisory committee already, or you could set up a new advisory committee.
This advisory committee be working with the economic consultant team?
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts? Any volunteers if there's going to be an additional committee, or is there thoughts around should this be, each advisory committee should have its own fiscal component is essentially the conversation. Member Jones Sawyer, you're recognized.
I think the most important thing is to ensure that the public, the press, and everybody knows that we're working on a number, and that the committee as a whole has not made any final decisions. And even the number of 225 is not a maximum. If Black people need to get more money than that, we shouldn't cap us at that. But most important, that the committee, whoever's on this committee, that they keep the information as preliminary, interim, but not final, and ensuring that I don't have a problem with anyone being part of it. I just want to make sure that we're very mindful that that number on any one of these phases are going to be attacked. It's going to be attacked like you wouldn't believe. And so whatever number we come up with, we have to have consistency and hopefully 100% agreement that we all can defend when we turn in the final report. Otherwise, we're going to have distractions that are happening now with the press and advocates and activists shouting out numbers, and it's really a distraction. We really need to figure out what those numbers are, and then we need to hone it, solidify it, and then we stand behind it 1,000%.
Chair Moore.
Member Scott Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify that the number that has been going around, $223,000, was a number that came from publicly available materials. It was a number that was presented in our last meeting by the economic experts team. It was also a number that represented only the harm for housing. It was not a total number of the reparations. It was a calculation of what the economic experts could calculate for the housing harm specifically.
So I just want that to be on record, and to note that neither the task force nor the economic experts team, made that number available through any kind of personal communication with the press, but that was all presented in our public meeting in Los Angeles in September, and it was reported on that basis. And so I just want to get that clear. For this issue of the advisory committee, I mean, there's a way that I think Chair Moore and I are already, working with the economic experts, I think, satisfy a lot of that work. And so I think making it easiest is to just simply fold in, that responsibility into that scope of work. What I could also say, and I'm going to present on this later this afternoon, is that the racial wealth gap is that, and so in a way, with my responsibility working on the racial wealth gap issue, that is about the calculations, and we have some challenges there, and I don't want to, speak too soon here, but what I do want us to understand is that the interim report and the way that the various atrocities that the report represents has framed the racial wealth gap as a distinct harm or atrocity. In many ways, that's the incorrect way to approach the racial wealth gap. The racial wealth gap, as studied, as advocated for as a means of reparations, is meant to represent the total sum of the harms faced by Black Americans when we're talking about this issue at the federal level. And so in a way, yesterday, members of Montgomery Step and Bradford had, a wonderful presentation on issues facing Black businesses and so forth. Those also represent significant contributions to what we think of as the racial wealth gap. At the moment, what we have are 5 atrocities that we've been able to calculate, and in many ways, what those 5 atrocities represent, are 5 of the areas that cumulatively would represent the total sum of the racial wealth gap. So we will have to have a really serious conversation this afternoon about which philosophical approach we want to take to this issue of the racial wealth gap. And I'll give some further details, and economic experts will join us as well to kind of give further insight. So I just say that to kind of indicate that in many ways, a lot of this work is being done, I think in principle by Chair Moore and I, given just the relationship that we have with the economic experts team, and then with me specifically, working with them on the racial wealth gap. So in some ways it's covered, but also, I think the trouble here is that we're already doing this kind of, siloed initiative, because in principle, all of the chapters of the interim report represent, right, what we can think of as the cumulative harms that are the racial wealth gap. So we may want to actually have a conversation about how to maybe rethink what we're doing in regards to the racial wealth gap, and what the kind of scope of responsibilities are in regards to these specific harms that are represented by other chapters.
Madam Chair, if I could just briefly respond. I think the framing of that is right, and I think that the approach to addressing those issues as you've laid them out would be the best way forward. We just wanted to make sure that the responsibility was clear as to where that particular function would lie, so that once we get to the end of the process, we're not still trying to figure out who's going to actually work with the economic team to make those calculations.
Entertain a motion on the matter. We can get through the agenda. Oh, Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Do we need a formal motion on that? Or can we continue?
Yeah, I think if there's just an understanding that the task force has as to the fact that responsibility is going to, sounds like, remain housed with the existing advisory group, a motion wouldn't be necessary.
Thank you.
For that clarification, Attorney Brown and Member Montgomery Step. So for clarification of the public, in terms of the responsibility around addressing fiscal matters related to calculation for compensation, that responsibility will be retained by the advisory committee on the 5 expert questions. I shouldn't have said retained, but we did. Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is Advisory Committee report by Member Holder and Member Jones Sawyer. You both are recognized.
Yeah, I'm going to start there.
There it is.
Okay, great. All right, I want to first thank Member Jones Sawyer and his staff. It's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you all on this. And thanks to the DOJ advisors and partners for all of your insights and how gracious you have been and generous you have been in helping us put together this presentation. And thanks especially to Christina Trang for leading that effort with the DOJ. The housing recommendations we roll out are comprehensive and maybe even over-inclusive because our goal was to facilitate some brainstorming by the collective body on what the overall recommendation should look like. But our recommendations, certainly on housing and the criminal legal system, are not exhaustive, and they're certainly not final. We've heard what the public commenters said today, and we are going to certainly be informed by those comments as we think about finalizing these recommendations. Also, these recommendations should be interpreted and understood to be centered around remedying the harms to the descendant community. The task force interim report documents that much of the terror inflicted on first the enslaved and then the descendant community in California manifested as dehumanization through space and place. It started with extreme hostility to Black people's presence and existence in California, with fugitive slave laws to ensure that Black people were kept out or could only exist here in a state of abject spatial instability that severely undermined their personhood. The second regime of spatial terror was established after emancipation, where white society placed brutal limitation on Black people's mobility, movement, and spatial boundaries, using brutal policing, often Klansmen with police badges. And infrastructure policies like redlining, restrictive covenants, sundown towns, freeway and railroad construction to either literally lock Black people behind prison walls or to erect spatial limitations so severe that they constituted imprisonment in blighted, unwanted, and environmentally hazardous spaces. This established a dynamic that tried to destroy Black people's liberation, sense of self, and again, personhood. When Black people, against the odds, managed to transcend these spatial and existential limitations and find imaginative ways to enrich their spirit, beautify their communities, secure their humanity and self-identity, and maybe even become economically viable through resilience and innovation, then the white supremacist spatial terror reemerged as a third wave of post-civil rights segregation policies. These apartheid policies included white flight, gentrification, and urban renewal, reinforced by mass criminalization and predatory policing. The third wave apartheid policies generated a cycle of push-out and displacement that ousted and continue to oust Black people from their cultural hubs and watering holes, once again undermining their cultural identity and sense of personhood. The following recommendations on fixing housing segregation and the criminal legal system are designed to end that pattern of spatial terrorism and repair the stigma and trauma to personhood caused by white supremacist spatial dynamics. Next slide. I'm going to focus my comments on fixing housing segregation policy proposals, and then Member Reggie Jones Sawyer will talk about fixing the criminal legal system with our reparations proposals. Next slide. You know, I come from a legal and constitutional scholarship background. So one of the things that I'm thinking about is how we are going to shore up our recommendations and make sure that they are legally viable, and to make sure that they can withstand judicial scrutiny if necessary. And so one of the preliminary recommendations that we are making is that whatever legislation and bills get put out there, they start off with certain findings. And from a legal constitutional standpoint, these findings will make them fortified and stronger legislation. And so we suggest that the legislation start off with findings that these are compelling and statewide interests in remedying the long-standing and ongoing harm caused by slavery, as documented by the Taskforce report. We recommend that the findings state that the government of the state of California was involved and continues to be involved in this ongoing discrimination. And we recommend that the statutes state that the remedies are narrowly tailored to remedy the harm. Next slide. We also recommend that moving forward, the legislature institute disparate impact analysis with respect to proposed housing bills, housing codes, and government contracts pertaining to affordable housing to establish whether there is a disparate impact on the descendant community. Next slide. Another important procedural step from a legal standpoint is data collection, data collection, data collection. The legislature should provide nonprofits and experts with resources and fund capacity for collection, first, of anecdotal data, stories, narrative from the people who have suffered housing discrimination, money and resources to conduct focus groups so that we are collecting these stories. We should also require the government to collect and make transparent quantitative data and statistics on housing disparities. And that data, those statistics should be disaggregated, including disaggregation by descendant community. We recommend that the government provide resources to community-based organizations and subject matter experts to periodically analyze that data. So the data is not just sitting there warehoused. We need to be constantly analyzing that data, evaluating it, vetting it to see, number one, if our recommendations and these bills are working and having an impact, and to see whether additional steps for remediation need to be taken to prevent the disparities from continuing. The next couple slides focus on the environment, climate change, and looking at intersectional justice. We had a commenter talk about generations
of her family that has suffered from cancer because of what's going on with the environment and the environment that Black people have been siloed into. So we need to be thinking about climate change, sustainability, and the environment as we think about reparations and reparatory justice. So we recommend that the government enact statewide responsible development standards, increase tree canopy coverage and access to green space in formerly redline communities, develop local climate resilience hubs in redline communities, end highway expansion in areas with high levels of pollution, restore communities that have been split and decimated by highways, remove lead in the drinking water, and establish rent control policies to prevent gentrification pushout. Because once we begin to remediate and fix these atrocities in housing, we don't want to then fix up these communities and then get pushed out like we always do. Next slide. We also need to be thinking about, from a public health and an environmental justice perspective, we need to be thinking about ending food deserts. We're suggesting subsidizing pipelines for healthy, whole foods to come into historically Black communities. Subsidies for Black farmers to supply organic and whole foods to Black families in urban communities, including subsidized Black farmers markets and things like urban gardens in redline neighborhoods, and also these emerging displacement communities that we are actually seeing in suburban neighborhoods. We need to have opportunities for urban gardens to make sure that we are feeding young people food that will feed their soul and feed their minds. The next several slides, we're going to be talking about fixing the horrible atrocity that we've learned so much about, redlining, and also curbing and fixing these patterns of gentrification that continue to displace and push African Americans out of their communities. And we're also going to be talking about expanding affordable housing. We recommend that the legislature increase enforcement of mandatory acceptance of housing vouchers, implement rent caps for historically redline zip codes, and not just rent control, but caps. Provide funding for developers, community-based land trusts, and community-based organizations of affordable housing operated by or serving descendants of enslaved people. We recommend that we redefine what qualifies as affordable housing by readjusting area median income limits for state subsidies. And that we provide funds for research on land grabs, land displacement, and land theft that we've heard so much about during the course of these hearings. Next slide. We recommend providing for a right of action or an immediate right to sue against banks, private entities, and financial institutions that knowingly and purposefully appraise Black-owned homes at lower values. We recommend we provide compensation for predatory housing industrial complex issues. So when Black folks and people in the descendant community are having to pay higher costs for insurance because they live in redline communities and race is a contributing factor, compensation is owed and needs to be provided. We also need to require state review and approval of residential land use ordinances. Address local zoning laws that reinforce and recreate housing segregation by requiring state agencies to review and approve all residential land use ordinances enacted by cities and counties with high levels of historic and ongoing housing segregation. And we need to employ mechanisms to join housing affordability with an anti-racism state of mind. So provide grants for community-based organizations and subject matter experts in equity and cultural competence and bias elimination to establish DEI certification programs for affordable housing contractors, providers, and decision makers. Dr. Grills yesterday talked about implicit bias and how implicit bias affects decision making every day when we're talking about housing decisions and who's going to get access. And so in order to create equity, we have to change people's minds and change the narrative, and people need to be educated. The people who are making these decisions about housing need to be educated. We need to repeal crime-free housing policies. These are the housing policies that eject people from their homes, homes that they may have lived in for decades and generations because of some association or accusation of crime. So require jurisdictions to review and modify or repeal any crime-free housing policies that result in disparate impacts or otherwise violate state or federal fair housing laws. Limit the scope of crimes and associations with criminal activity that qualify for eviction. Require landlords to use look-back periods and individualized assessment of relevant mitigating factors when reviewing evictions. And make affordable housing a fundamental right that allows for legal representation in eviction proceedings for the descendant community. Next slide. We need an overall global mechanism to increase affordable housing for descendants of enslaved people. We suggest requiring the Regional Housing Needs Allocation Program to explicitly advance racial equity and address the housing needs of descendants. Next slide. We need to think about the intersection of public health and housing and provide resources for expansion of public health infrastructure that Black folks have access to. So in neighborhoods heavily populated by the descendant community, we need more hospitals, funding for more hospitals, community-based mental health facilities, urgent care facilities, medical training programs, first responder ambulance services, all staffed by culturally competent providers. We need support for community-based organizations and programs and research groups that use the housing first model and harm reduction models to work with chronically homeless, dually diagnosed populations suffering from mental illness and sometimes addiction due to self-medication. We need mobile crisis units staffed with psychiatric experts to assist chronically unhoused people instead of criminalizing poverty and homelessness. And we need to fund housing-focused anti-racism education programs and communications to help communities move away from the NIMBY, not in my backyard mentality, and move toward a reparatory justice, abundance mentality instead of a scarcity mentality. Next slide. When it comes to home ownership, we need to expand first-time homeowner grants to community-based organizations working with the descendant community and make sure that those grants are being distributed to members of the descendant community through these CBOs. We also need to facilitate a process for CBOs, community-based organizations, to buy property in historically Black neighborhoods and watering holes to act as a bulwark against Black pushout and displacement. If we have community-based organizations that own property in these communities, then we will always have a foothold, a stronghold, an organizing and mobilizing stronghold in our communities. And then with regard to fixing the wealth and asset gap and expanding home ownership. One of the ways that society has been able to keep Black folks from having access to infrastructure is by keeping us siloed in these communities where we are not given any services. And so when people want to be able to move to areas where they do get services, good public education, regular garbage collection, things like that, we need to create a mechanism so people can easily move about and be mobile. We have been kept immobilized and trapped for way too many decades and centuries. And so we need to create a regime that allows for the free movement of Black people. It's true bodily liberation. You can go where you want to go. And one way that we can do that is through property tax relief that allows the descendant community to keep their property tax valuations and without having to pay huge hikes in property taxes if they move to other neighborhoods. And finally, provide direct financial assistance to increase home ownership. We need to provide things like shared appreciation loans, and we need to subsidize down payments, mortgage payments, and homeowners insurance fees for descendants of enslaved people who reside in formerly redlined areas. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, to discuss the legal system policy proposals.
And thank you. And the first part of it, as they pull up my, I don't know how long it will take. Okay, as they pull it up, we also on the unjust legal system policy proposal. Next slide. We also believe that requiring legislative findings on compelling statewide interest and narrowing, tailoring it is really important also in the criminal justice system and making sure that that's there. Next slide. And then also, as was stated earlier by Attorney Holder, requiring disparate impact analysis on the criminal justice system, judicial, at the policing level, and in the prison level is really important as we move forward. Next. So the first thing we looked at is something that Mr. Bradford and I have been working on, unfortunately unsuccessfully, is to abolish involuntary servitude from the California Constitution. In layman language, abolishing slavery out of our California Constitution. We made a valiant effort with the California Legislative Black Caucus to get it done. Unfortunately, through friends of ours, progressives, it didn't make it out of the Senate. And it is still today, slavery, as far as incarceration is concerned, is still on the books here in California. And we need to make another effort to eliminate and abolish those phrases out of it. Next slide. we also looked at funds and allocating monies really to remedy harms and promote some kind of opportunity. And one of the things that we looked at is, as the money goes down, that maybe we give the money to grants to community-based organizations that work in the areas of reentry and public safety. One, we know these community-based organizations will make sure that the money gets exactly to where it needs to go, people who are repatriated back in the community, but also they have a will to make sure that they're successful. We do not want to give the money to municipalities, no disrespect to municipalities, but sometimes that money ends up back in law enforcement's hands. And that is not the purpose of this. We wanted to get back to the Black community and to Black-based organizations. Abolish cash bail. If you know anything about cash bail, it's used to keep us in prison, but it's also used to make sure that we can't accumulate wealth. Bail companies take a large percentage, and even if you're found innocent, they keep that percentage. And so we're looking at eliminating cash bail. Fund education for students who are descendants of enslaved people pursuing legal, medical, and science degree. We should fund African Americans who want to come back to our community that look like us to be able to help our people in those critical fields. Establish grants to incentivize Black employment and law enforcement. Maybe they could be a little bit better if we had more African American law enforcement officers who understand us, who don't look at us as the enemy, but look at us as human beings. Allow expungement and or compensation for loitering convictions. A lot of times these jaywalking tickets and others are just precursors setting up what they call putting a jacket on you, so that as you move through or you have other incidents, it just builds and builds and builds to where they can incarcerate you even more. Increase exoneration reimbursements, lost wage calculations. As you've been noticing in the press, more and more people are found to be innocent, and they've been locked up for 10, 20, 30 years. Think of all the lost wages that they've lost. And when they are exonerated, they're given $100 and a pat on the back, but they've lost all of that money, all of that time, all of the time with their families. And that's all we do to compensate for their losses. Compensate individuals on probation so they become more successful when they get out, instead of just, again, giving them meager ways of earning a living and being able to repatriate themselves into society. Next slide. End 3 strikes sentencing. We all know the 3 strikes law is the way that they mass incarcerated here in California. Adopt interim measures as needed to restrict application of strike enhancements pending full appeal. In addition, they use 3 strikes to sometimes coerce folk, especially folk that look like us, into making confessions at the risk of them being incarcerated even longer. Mandate and promote anti-bias policing. Mandate implicit bias policies and training for all law enforcement. Promulgate uniform and mandatory law enforcement policies related to all aspects of police investigation, and protect anti-bias trainers from harassment and retaliation. Individuals in law enforcement who want to do the right thing a lot of times are not allowed to do it, and in fact are ostracized and given a hard time, or even having trouble promoting through the ranks. We need to have a total overhaul of law enforcement, especially when it comes to African Americans. Next slide. Restore civil rights for justice-involved individuals. Restore voting rights for all incarcerated individuals. We have people, African Americans, all over this state that are not in Black communities or former Black communities. They've been shipped off to far-off regions here in California, and that voting power is lost. And when they get out, a lot of them don't even know they have their rights restored. we should seriously look at allowing individuals who are incarcerated to be able to have voting rights, because again, that's a large, unfortunately, that could be a large portion of our population that can vote and have the best African Americans concerns more so than anybody else. Prohibit state bar from considering certain incidents in moral character assessment. We've been working with the state bar for quite some time. Monitoring attorneys is not working. We need to have a more robust system to look at what the moral character of the attorneys and what they're doing to their clients, especially with African American clients. Next slide. Decriminalize public disorder infractions. Transfer public disorder infractions out of the criminal justice system and divert to public health and safety institutions. Again, the homeless, we should not criminalize them. It is a public health problem. People who have substance abuse problems, it's a public health problem. It's not a criminal problem. They need the kind of help that anybody that has the money, they just put themselves to some type of mental health facility or substance abuse facility. We need to provide that for them. Otherwise, they're languishing out there in the street. And Los Angeles County Jail is the largest mental health facility in the country. That alone should be a crime, because none of those people in there should be treated as criminals. Confirm and expand decriminalization of fare evasion and other low-level transit violations. Again, traffic stops that sometimes become very fatal, and we need to decriminalize some of these problematic things. Next. Prohibit pretext stops. Bar traffic stops for low-level traffic violations. Just because you can't see my license, you shouldn't pull me over, pull your gun out, and create a situation where it's problematic. Preclude officers from inquiring as to probation status or from requesting absent probable cause consent to search during traffic stops. Again, these traffic stops, as many of us know, not only are dangerous, but when you see those red lights pull up behind you as an African American, it is probably one of the most traumatic experiences you can feel. And to know that if you reach for your wallet, or you reach for your insurance, or you reach for anything in your glove compartment could be fatal. It's just not acceptable. And it seems to be more fatal for us. And so we need to really look at stopping some of these pretext stops. Next slide. Oops, I went too fast. Okay, call on federal government to end qualified immunity. So qualified immunity is a fancy word for law enforcement, even though as you look at the film, or as you look at what happened, or as people talk about what happened during that incident where somebody is fatally killed, it is within the law, or is within policy, is within their right to do it. And you can't convict them. And so we need to really look at qualified immunity and really take a serious look at how to change it or end it. And call on the federal government to follow suit. Next slide. Eliminate school to prison pipeline. Probably one of the things that we as a community, as a group, really need to hone down on. And it's something that we probably should have started doing a long time ago. If we eliminate police and probation officers from schools and reallocate funding to trauma-informed supports and programming, you don't know how many prisons I've been to where young people talk about not having the trauma support that they need in school. Instead, they're met with school police, or they bring in the real police to come in because their behavior is not comporting to what the teachers want. And their solution is to criminalize you and have law enforcement come in. We need people and counselors psychiatrists to come in and talk to our young people and find out what the root cause of maybe their disturbance and not just automatically criminalize them. Requires specified distances between schools and jails and police precincts. This thing of having a police substation on a elementary, middle school, or high school just says we're treating your kids like they are predisposed to going to prison, and we need to automatically have them around law enforcement so they can then train them into becoming offenders. Mandate presumptive diversion for minority of youth arrests. Limit and shorten juvenile probation. Bar strike enhancements for juvenile convictions. What you do at 12 or 11, because you come from a lot of trauma in your home, should not carry with you for the rest of your life. You're a kid, and kids do stupid things. But most important, if you're a kid that's been raped, been traumatized, you see nothing but murder around you, your whole understanding of what right is wrong is going to be skewed. And so to convict a young person at a very young age and say for the rest of your life, you're just going to be a bad person is wrong. End adult prosecution of youth, and end racially disparate discipline through timely assessment of data and corrective measures to address disproportionality. We need to look at the numbers and see what a lot of things are doing. And then finally, we need to strengthen and expand the Racial Justice Act, RJA, which was recently enacted, to actually look at the criminal justice system and see where they are not only racially biased, but they have used color as a way to criminalize us and keep us into jail. So we should establish statewide conviction integrity union through which the state alternatively reviews cases for RJA violations, codify compensation scheme for successful RJA claimants, ensure all necessary data is collected and provided to facilitate RJA claims, expand RJA to cover parole and post-conviction proceedings, and then allow RJA claims to challenge prior strikes alleged in new matters. So as we went through this, I'm a little bit older than some, and for you young people, there's a book and there's a movie called Sounder. And in the movie was Cicely Tyson and Paul Winfield. It's a family of sharecroppers in the South. They're so poor. They're so poor. They don't have any meat. So one day the father steals a ham. After he steals the ham, he's incarcerated in prison, put on a chain gang. While he's there, he gets crippled. But you see the family, the mother, now a single mother raising these kids, and they have nothing. They eat cornmeal, nothing. The main breadwinner is gone. And they just totally disenfranchised the black family. And it showed to me how the criminal justice system, our public safety system, what it has done to our community and what it will continue to do to our community unless we do something to stop it. Because at this point in time, we're doing all we can in California right now to reverse a lot of it, but we need to accelerate it and to do more. Because in my opinion, where there's specific harm that is intentional, a lot of it's in the criminal justice system. And we need to stop that flow of racism coming through our community using a badge. And I'll leave you with this. I have in my office a group of badges. They used to be badges from slave hunters. And slave hunters used to have badges. And if you look at those badges, they look just like sheriff badges. If you look at the way they used to capture slaves, those same policies, procedures are being used today to incarcerate African Americans. It has not stopped. And so we need to look at our history, so that we can stop it from happening today, because it is not only prevalent, but is unbelievably damaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Holder and Member Jones Sawyer, for that incredible presentation. Let's give a hand to them. Not sure if we wanted to recognize the attorneys you all worked with on this effort, if you all had any comments.
Ms. Holder did, and it's, you know, it's a pleasure working with people that'll call you. You give your suggestions, and then it shows up in a cogent, professional way. So I commend everyone on your team. I think I can speak for Attorney Holder. Not only was obviously it was a labor of love, and obviously we're a little emotional when it comes to this, but you made it easy on us to be able to get this done. And so we want to thank you for that.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Brown, you recognize.
Members of the task force, I want to commend Joan Sawyer, Brother Bradford, for this excellent presentation, and hook up with Brother John Sawyer and say, you clear quoted from that movie Sounder. But the flip side of that crisis of the family is that on that Sunday morning, when they were passing that church, the question was raised, what's going on in there? And somebody retorted that even the Lord won't be able to get in there to find out what's going on. Because it was the wrong kind of religion. It was slave religion. But as they marched home, in spite of their challenges, they started singing that song, Jesus, won't you come by here? Oh, Jesus, won't you come by here? Come if you don't stay long. For now is a needy time. Not only was it the needed time for them, for the right Jesus to show up, but they were singing about the right spirituality. Not this white evangelical junk that's around here in this nation right now, that's full of nationalism and racism. And they have been used as tools to turn the clock back. I couldn't resist saying that when you quoted from Sounder. Well, they knew the right Jesus. They knew the difference between a nationalistic Jesus and Jesus the liberator that we ought to be, all as black folks, having a conversation with. Thank you.
Member Goes, you recognize.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank members Joan Sawyer and Holder for that very comprehensive set of recommendations. And I know, Member Holder, you said that almost apologetically that it was potentially overly inclusive, but I would say it's not overly inclusive. We are dealing with a set of circumstances that were extremely pervasive, touching every aspect of Black life and American social and political and economic reality. So it's going to require a large number of components to address it. And I'm also struck by something that I kind of foreshadowed in my presentation, that there may likely be overlap. And I definitely saw some, and I think that's okay because these things intersect. So my question is to DOJ, I think, what will be the appropriate mechanism that doesn't violate Bagley-Keene so that we can figure out how to synthesize
recommendations that reflect overlap? Would it be through the members of DOJ, or, would there be, it would be permissible for example, a one-on-one conversation with someone, with like Member Holder on her recommendations, one with Member Jones Sawyer on his. I just want to make sure we stay in compliance, but also get the work done.
Absolutely. Glad to have everyone thinking about that. Based on our discussion about how this is proceeding, we're going to take everything in off of these recommendations, and we're going to prepare a document for the next meeting. That document is going to sort of include a synthesis of everyone's recommendations, delineated by the current sort of assignments. Everyone's going to be able to see that document. Everyone's going to be able to see the sort of body of recommendations, and everyone will be able to look at where the overlap is, and then we'll discuss that in the next task force meeting. But certainly what we are trying to do, without obviously engaging in a spoke and wheel, spoke and hub and spoke communication, is making sure that where different issues overlap, we're addressing it with the relevant advisory committees in a way that's comprehensive, in a way that sort of builds on each other's recommendations rather than splits them up. So that's going to be the goal. We're not entirely sure. I think it's going to be probably more of an outline format. If you recall, during the first segment, we came back to you all with outlines, and we had a vote on the outlines, whether you authorized us to move forward with final preparation based on the outlines. So it's probably going to be similar to that. And then those will also be public.
Any other questions or comments for Member Holder, Member Jones Sawyer? Member Montgomery Stepp, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Moore. I also just want to say thank you to Member Holder and Member Jones Sawyer for the presentation. Just a lot of good recommendations. I have a lot of questions, but I'm really, really interested, Member Holder, in what you talked about with regard to area median income and changing that. Right now in San Diego, the area median income, I think, is $106,000 or something like that. And then when affordable housing developers are building housing, they go from that area median income and it becomes 80% of that or 60% of that, which is still a heck of still very high. So I don't know if I just wanted to ask you if you thought about ways to get that reduced, and kind of what type of formulas are out there. What was the thought process around that recommendation?
Thanks for that question. Member Jones Sawyer and I worked on this together. The median, reducing the median income was his brainchild. So I'm going to turn it over to him to discuss.
I know we got to go to lunch, so I'll talk to you. I think I can talk to you separately on that.
That's totally fine. I thought it was a really cool recommendation.
And by the way, I just want to clarify earlier when it's been brought to my attention by both of my colleagues that I didn't directly answer your question, which is the next meeting. The next meeting is when everyone will be able to talk through all of the different recommendations as a whole.
Any other questions or comments for Member Holder and Member Jones Sawyer? Okay. So in terms of procedure, since this is the first report back of the day, can you just recap what we discussed yesterday in terms of next steps?
Sure, I'll recap, and then it may be good to check in on the agenda. So what we're doing today with each of these modules is we're talking through them. It's each member's, as I just mentioned, this is the opportunity to raise any objections or to share any additional items that you think that the advisory committee members should be including, as well as any requests for the Department of Justice. If there are topics that you're not on the advisory committee, but you think the Department of Justice should be looking at on any of these modules, you can tell us that you want us to look into those as well, and we'll do that and then work with the advisory committee members and incorporate that into our presentation in the next meeting. We're not doing votes on everything. If there's no strong objection, we're moving forward to the next meeting. Is that what you're asking for?
Thank you. So any objections, things that want to add, subtract? Okay, great. Thank you all so much. Let's give a hand. So it is 12:12 p.m. We are into our lunch period. We will resume the hearing at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Oscar, do you want media now or after? Do you want our media now or after the meeting?
Check.
Just trying to get to the audio system real
Sorry, I was just trying to make these work.
making money still off now. The colors, I did the whole spin.
Before Chicago, like Mississippi. I'm not sure. Actually. Quite a few. Big one, and then like a little bit on the East Coast of New Jersey. A little bit bigger now. It's all over the world now. I didn't do Jersey. It's a lot more related.
She's the baby, she lives in Hayward. She's the baby of 13. Okay. Yeah. So we're getting ready to swab her and send into, that's such a fun time. Who is?
Great, thank you.
It wasn't there? Okay. I'm at a meeting here and I have a speaker coming in. I'm at a meeting at City Hall. And, we talk about food. What's the name of the barbecue? Rib shack. Okay. Rib shack. Okay. Yeah, rib shack. It's a lot of healthy. Barbecue. Everybody. That's it. You just do this. And when you go there, you tell, okay, Tom, love you. When you go there, tell her auntie, Charlie. Auntie Charlie sent you. I will. So that's, let's see. If you walk in there and you say, "Boo here," she'll go like, if you say boo, she'll go, this person really doesn't. Okay. Put that in. All right. It's Thomas. That's what the S-H is. Okay. Thomas is Thomas. Tasha. So we were out of her place. Last one celebrated universities. And then oh, yeah, I got it. Well,
I've been with the construction and the rights commission for over recently, like, year and a half. And like, it has been like such a pleasure to be able to. Yes. I was gonna say, if anybody's running, I know he is. Yeah. So, yeah, it's on the city. Yeah, that was great. Down the street from Golden Gate. I'm about to get retired educator.
It was my pleasure. All right. I have so much information from you. I don't even know if I need to stay. Because you have enlightened me. You have answered just about everything I wanted to know. I would say everything. I want you to know that.
I appreciate that.
Very informative. God always sends you to his children, to the right people.
I appreciate that. Especially these days, I've been a little, I don't know, it's like the end of the year, ready to rest.
Yes. Yes.
The movie kind of slow.
Well, I'm full of energy and I'm always ready to go, especially when it comes to learning. So when I made 80 on my birthday, September 28th, I began to feel a little different. And for about 2 or 3 weeks, I was a little discombobulated, and I couldn't figure it out. So one day, I'm standing in my kitchen. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. I'm standing in my kitchen at my kitchen sink. And all I can do is that sun is shining. And it said to me, you're in a new chapter in your life. You're on a new journey. And it's clear. As God is my witness in all of heaven. That's true. Because I was so, I said, okay, I'm 80 and I'm going into, I don't know. And I'm not hurting, I'm not in pain, but as I was saying, I was a little discombobulated because I'm not saying that I was different. Does it feel different or? I didn't know. It was like I was walking into an unknown. Not even something touched me. But upon touching me, I became discombobulated. But then I got the expectation that I'm going to I don't know where. But I'm going somewhere here. Here's a new job. Right. But I'm just vision. So you are helping me clarify the interpretation on what this journey is. You don't make mistakes. You don't
There's an open seat in the San Francisco task force. The seat is specifically for someone who has, who either has or currently lives in public housing. So if you need anybody, if you know anybody who meets that criteria, that's the only criteria.
I want to sit on it. I want to sit on it. Yeah, but I'm not. I mean, I'm so sorry.
That you haven't lived in, formally lived in public housing.
I came out of public housing.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe you
I
should
grew
apply.
up in public housing.
There's a vacant, yeah, there's a vacancy. I'll send you the information about it because there's no residency requirement like you used to live.
You think I was born in Africa? Come on now.
Yeah.
I grew up in public housing. My mother had 7 children. Where else was we gonna live? Come on now.
Well, that's why I wanted to tell you, you know, just in case, because when it's served on it.
This brother was one of the higher ups in public housing.
Oh, wow.
He worked for San Francisco Housing for a year. That was one of his jobs. And he worked under 5 mayors. So my mom was so proud of all of us.
That's great, yeah.
I'm so proud of all of us, the children, the grandchildren, great-grandchildren.
That's great. I'm
Yeah,
glad you
I know anything about public housing. One of the qualifications, if it's a qualification, I know I have it.
Yeah. Okay.
I grew up in San Francisco. I know San Francisco. I know San Francisco. I went all through public school.
Okay, great. You kind of voiced, yeah, there's an application period, I believe, until January, but I'll send you all that info.
Can you send it to me?
Yep.
Okay, and so who would approve that?
It has to go through, there's like a nomination process from the Board of Supervisors. I think that, you know, Shaman Walton from District 10 and the Bayview makes the formal appointment.
Supervisor?
Yeah.
My brother knows.
Really?
So who, I'm like, who's
Shaman
here?
Walton.
Who's here do I need to get?
Okay,
Okay.
I'll
Send that to me. I'm serious. So it has to be in by January?
It's like a rolling application. I would suggest as soon as possible. They don't really have there's not like a deadline.
That's my background. That's my background. I just ran for public office. I ran for city council for San Pablo and I lost by 346 votes.
Oh, wow.
But I lost because I didn't start early enough. Not because I didn't do work. But my opponents, in fact, they collaborated against me. 3 of them aligned themselves together because when they found out that I was going to run, if they had ran on their individual slate, they would not have beaten me. Because I was told this later after it's over, that Dr. Harlan, they were afraid of me. And I said it had nothing to fear because if I had become a member of the council, I was going to work for all people. Not just for myself. And so somebody told me yesterday, he said it was very hard. I said, don't hunt me out yet. I haven't thrown in the towel. Because when I meet people in the community, they all say, they would say, don't you guys say, I'm a coach and everything. So don't you guys say, and I'm like, they ran for city council, and they go, I go, yes.
Basically, as you can see, that's where we're at. Yeah, down there. So this locks, so you can't go back and forth. Locks your pan.
Okay.
Okay. So it's unlocked now. Locked.
Oh, so that's the only movement I need to do? Just.
Well, this also your tilt.
Okay.
So if you unlock both of them, you can move it to where it needs to be, and like something like that.
Okay.
Would be fine for the witness testimony. And then when that's over, or like let's say they're like, hey, they have a question for Michael, and then you would just, as long as they're not on your camera, and then you could just do it.
Oh, so the goal is not to have the camera show and move.
Right.
Okay, so you're gonna like relay that to me, like you can move the
Oscar
camera?
will say, like I'm on camera 2, and then that means you're clear to do whatever you need to do. But if he's like, okay, I'm on camera 3,
You
camera
stay.
3 take, then you just stay where you're at.
And he only says it once?
You can ask him.
Okay.
We have a headset that maybe we could get you another one.
Gotcha.
So you can hear us. Well, you will need one if you're up here.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's the 3 seats, but then I think Johnson is the seat here.
The one over there. Okay.
Yeah. So here is the other thing you'd have to control possibly.
The zoom?
The zoom. Wide, tight, back and forth. You don't have to do anything with it though. They'll ask you to record as we're about to start. All you do is hit this red button.
Okay.
And then it'll say record.
They say record. And then there's nothing to do with like battery, nothing like that, right?
No, you got house power.
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Yeah.
Don't move the camera when it's when the camera's on yours. Okay. And then
Unless you can make a nice smooth movement.
oh
but-
yeah, I can. That's what I was gonna ask you. Like, how fast should the pan be if it was gonna happen? So.
I mean, if he's not on you, then you can go as fast as you need to go. So then, let me see here. Yeah, so you will have to unlock these. Nothing should ever feel forced. So if it's locked, you're like, it's not moving, and you push on it or whatever, it's gonna not be good for the lock.
Right.
Right.
It's gonna strain it.
So up is unlocked, down is locked.
Okay. Do you mind if I try it real quick, and you can maybe suggest whether or not I need to keep things tighter or?
It's hard to, without the people being down there.
Oh, telling you?
To see them, to get the right framing.
Gotcha. So right now it's all locked. If I want to pan over to Michael, are you guys gonna tell me like?
And everything's on auto, so you don't have to worry about focus. It should just auto focus for you.
Gotcha. And then I'd like lock it here.
And then you can lock it.
And then let's say Doretha needs to be conversed. You would tell me off it's on a different camera. Then I can move it, and then kind of just lock it in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can, for like the majority of, you can just sit in the seat.
Yeah.
And just like, you don't have to be super fast or anything at doing it. Like, oh, they need me now. Like,
gotcha. And then for the most part, it's just setting it up to the point where, for example, most likely it's going to be the witness table and them talking. I just gotta just set it there,
right.
And then you guys will advise me to.
Yeah. So like, if it looks like somebody on the dais is having a conversation with DOJ, then we would just focus on people in DOJ.
So it's like kind of self-directed, but you guys will remind me or tell me.
Right.
Move it up to the days. Okay.
Yeah, like if Oscar needs to remind you, hey, can you get DOJ or whatever, and then the witness table. So
gotcha.
That would be the only other one, and you're only going to know, like, they'll start talking, and then you'd be like, oh, I'll go over there.
Yeah.
And then
if it's off my camera.
If it's off your camera. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then
and if you're moving, he might like, it's not life or death, so don't be too stressed.
Hey, thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna need one of those headsets, but
I'll go get one.
I'll be happy to.
Or we can go down there and get one.
Yeah, sure.
And then when he says record, the record is up on the top handle. Well, whatever. He's kind of at our disposal.
Whatever you guys want me to do.
So only when she goes and gets the car.
You're saying only when she goes to get the car?
It's up to you.
How comfortable are you?
I mean, Justin was pretty thorough, and he told me the two main areas I'd pan into or tilt to. Yeah, I'm happy to help if you guys are confident or comfortable with it. So. No worries. All right, yeah.
Yeah, we'll go get you.
I'm not gonna lie, I mean, I've always wanted to do this, so it's cool. You know,
Throw you into the fire.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna be pinned into the wall or something. So, yeah, I think we should go down.
The other part is. I see most of it. I watch more of it. Oh, my wife's actually sleeping that one. I'm trying to follow the book.
All right, task force members, we will begin business very promptly. If we can get to our seats now, that would be great. Welcome back, members of the public and task force members. Before we resume business, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson to reestablish a quorum, and please excuse our delay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will begin with the chair. Excuse me, Chair Moore.
Present.
Chair Moore is present. Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown is present. Member Bradford. Member Bradford is present. Member Grills. Member Grills is present. Member Holder. Present. Member Holder is present. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Jones Sawyer is present. Member Lewis. Member Lewis is present. Member Montgomery Stepp. Member Montgomery Stepp is absent. Member Tamaki. Member Tamaki is present. Madam, excuse me, Madam Chair, the task force consists of 9 members. 5 are necessary for a quorum. There are 8 members present. A quorum has been reestablished.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we will resume. The next item on our agenda is item number 17, discussion and potential action, advisory committee's preliminary recommendations on potential remedies, remedial programs, laws, and apologies for atrocities, chapter 2 and 9 on enslavement and cultural, creative, and intellectual life. I'll wait for the slides to appear. So I am honored to be on this advisory committee for Chapter 2 and Chapter 9. Before I begin, I want to give a special thanks to the September and December 2021 personal expert witnesses that provided testimony on Chapters 2 and Chapters 9. Also, I want to give a special thanks to Vince Gazawi, the Deputy Attorney General, Jeremy Payne, Associate Governmental Program Analyst, and Newton N. Nose, Deputy Attorney General, for working alongside me these past 2 months for this presentation. Next slide, please. So the first are preliminary recommendations regarding enslavement, as well as recommendations on the establishment of a California African American Freedmen Affairs Agency, which was a recommendation in our interim report as a preliminary recommendation. Next slide, please. As a reminder for folks, California was complicit in perpetuating the institution of slavery. A Gold Rush source estimated that 1,500 enslaved African Americans lived in California in 1852. And that is a source from Professor Stacy Smith, who gave expert testimony September 2021. Next slide, please. Not only that, California's legislature and courts sent an important message. They were friendly to the Southern enslaving states. They believed enslaved people should have no legal rights, and they thought that the U.S. Constitution should protect enslavers and enslavement. Also, instead of just covering people who escaped across state lines, California's law said that a fugitive slave was any enslaved person who arrived before California officially became a U.S. state in September 1850, but who refused to return to the enslaving states with their enslavers. So the implications of that California Fugitive Slave Act was that these people could be arrested, placed under the control of their enslavers, and forced to return to the South. Next slide, please. So the following recommendations are preliminary recommendations for Chapter 2 on enslavement, and they're categorized under the forms of reparations under international law. So we'll first start with satisfaction, which deals with more symbolic forms of reparations. And so what we came up with is the Reparations Task Force may consider recommending the California State Legislature sponsor a resolution that would issue a formal apology on behalf of the state of California for allowing enslavement, adoption of the fugitive slave laws, and subsequent enforcement opposing Reconstruction civil rights laws. Also, in our interim report, you'll find that the California State Legislature delayed the ratification of the 14th and 15th Amendments until the late 20th century. And so the advisory committee determined that there should be a potential apology on behalf of the state legislature for its delayed ratification of the 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution. Also, the Reparations Task Force may consider recommending the California State Legislature sponsor a legal resolution affirming the state's protection of descendants of enslaved people and to guarantee to protect the civil, political, and sociocultural rights of descendants of enslaved people. Next slide. In terms of rehabilitation and restitution, the Reparations Task Force may consider recommending proposals to emphasize rehabilitation in California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. So what that means is the task force can consider recommending a policy that makes education, substance use, and mental health treatment and rehabilitative programs the first priority for incarcerated people. This proposal is meant to ensure that rehabilitation in CDCR is prioritized. The Reparations Task Force may also recommend legislation allowing incarcerated folks to vote and a policy requiring that incarcerated people who are working in prison or jail be paid a fair market rate for their labor. And these two recommendations coincide with one another in the sense that when you provide incarcerated folks a fair market rate for their labor, that is helping to emphasize rehabilitation in CDCR, and so that they can gain more skills, they can have more capital, so when they are eventually released, they can become more productive members of society. Next slide, please. In terms of guarantees of non-repetition, to the point, a lot of our recommendations in terms of the different advisory committees definitely overlap. And so for this item, under guarantees of non-repetition for recommendations related to enslavement, the Reparations Task Force may consider recommending proposals to end voluntary servitude by proposing to delete language from the California Constitution that permits involuntary servitude as a punishment for a crime by passing what was formerly Assembly Constitutional Amendment ACA 3. Also, a recommendation would be to abolish the death penalty, as we know has disproportionately affected African Americans. Next slide, please. So the next set of recommendations relates to the establishment of a California Freedmen's Bureau, which, as I stated before, is in our interim report as a set of preliminary recommendations. The Reparations Task Force may consider recommending the California State Legislature create a California Freedmen's Bureau in recognition of perpetuating and maintaining slavery and its afterlife. This bureau, and again, these are sets of recommendations that are in our interim report, would contain a branch to process claims with the state and assist claimants in filing for eligibility, a genealogy branch in order to support potential claimants with genealogical research and to confirm eligibility, a reparations tribunal in order to adjudicate substantive claims for past harms, an office of immediate relief to expedite claims, particularly for the most vulnerable populations within the African American descendants of the slave community, like the homeless, for instance, a civic engagement branch to support ongoing political education on African American history and to support civic engagement among African American youth, a Freedmen Education branch to offer free education and to facilitate the free tuition initiative between claimants and California state-funded schools and universities. Next slide, please. The Reparations Task Force may consider, again, recommending the legislature create a California Freedmen's Bureau with the following branches as well: a Social Services and Family Affairs branch to identify and mitigate the ways that current and previous policies have damaged and destabilized Black families, Services might include treatment for trauma and family healing services to strengthen the family unit, stress resiliency services, financial planning services, career planning, civil and family court services. The branch could also include a cultural affairs branch to build and restore and maintain African American cultural historical sites, creative centers, public displays, and monuments. And that recommendation comes from some of the experts that gave expert testimony at our December hearing of last year. This cultural affairs branch could also advocate for the removal of racist relics, support knowledge production and archival research with community archives and repositories, support legacy families, and to provide support for African Americans in the entertainment industry, including identifying and removing barriers to advancement into leadership and decision-making positions in the arts, entertainment, and sports industries. Next slide, please. Again, this bureau could also include a cultural affairs office that would also do the following: allocate state funding. And this is, well, can I say this is directly from the DOJ? No. Okay, well, I don't even think it is. But this recommending the cultural office may be designated to allocate state funding for the above duties, as well as supporting descendants of enslaved people for the following: business licenses, recreation of cultural hubs, leisure sites, including coastal sites, news publications, arts, film, radio, TV, art, podcasting, and lifestyle activities, and supporting parity amongst sports played by white and African American Californians. Also, the Bureau could include a legal affairs office to coordinate a range of free legal services, including criminal defense attorneys for criminal trials and parole hearings, free arbitration and mediation services, and to advocate for civil and criminal justice reforms. Next slide, please. The Bureau could also potentially include a division of medical services for public and environmental health, a business affairs office to provide ongoing education related to entrepreneurialism, to provide business grants and business licenses, state funding to support the recreation of cultural hubs and leisure sites, news publications, arts and lifestyle activities, and to establish public-private reparative justice-oriented partnerships with interested corporations. Two new agency functions that the task force could propose to increase efficiency and effectiveness of this proposed bureau are establishing a data research and collection branch to identify and analyze trends in past, current, and future harms, and then also a community support branch to improve accessibility, transparency, and public trust with the California Reparations Claims Program. So that concludes the recommendations as it relates to the establishment of a California Freedmen's Bureau. And to summarize, this bureau would be essentially a permanent resource hub for the community of eligibility. It will be the institution that would be responsible for dispensing and adjudicating reparations claims as well. It would operate similar to the Bureau of Indian Affairs on a federal level, and even the Office of Immigrant Affairs in certain federal, state, and localities as well. Next slide, please. So the next set of recommendations, the last set of recommendations, relates to Chapter 9, Control over Creative, Cultural, and Intellectual Life. Next slide. And again, these recommendations are organized around the different forms of reparations under international law. First, again, starting with satisfaction, which gets at more symbolic forms of reparations. So the task force may consider recommending the state legislature sponsor a resolution that would issue a formal apology on behalf of the state of California for its role in discrimination and exclusion of descendants in the field of creativity, culture, and intellectual life. So there's all sorts of apologies that the state of California hasn't necessarily atoned for, or atrocities that the state of California hasn't atoned for. And I already discussed that in the field of enslavement. But in the field of cultural, intellectual, and creative life, the California has yet to atone for the endorsement of minstrel shows openly allowing segregation and discrimination against descendant musicians, workers, and artists. They have yet to apologize for addressing restrictive zoning ordinances, licensing laws, fire safety codes, and anti-nuisance laws that adversely affected descendants. California has yet to apologize for state censorship of cinematic depictions of discrimination and Black people integrating into white society. They have yet to apologize for targeting African-American hip-hop artists and targeting harassment of African-American owned businesses that provided leisure opportunities to Black Californians. The state of California has yet to apologize for the implementation of anti-cruising and anti-gathering laws and curfews that adversely affected the descendant community. This subpart might include a legal resolution condemning anti-cruising, anti-gathering, and curfew laws in recognition of anti-Black history. And again, these are data graphics that come from our report. The minstrel performance became a cross-generational racial parody and stereotype made for white amusement. The performance of minstrelsy relied on racist stereotypes that dehumanized African Americans. This dehumanizing allowed white Americans to secure their own positive identity. And then as a reminder, the Hollywood film industry was responsible for popularizing white supremacist movies like The Birth of a Nation. During the first half of the 1900s, the film was a main factor behind the revival of the Ku Klux Klan or the KKK in the 1900s. Next slide. So the next form or set of recommendations for reparations for Chapter 9 relates to restitution. Now this is a picture from Chapter 9. Little Richard, as we all know, protesting record companies over royalties. Little Richard sold the rights to the song Tutti Frutti for a reported $50 and received half a cent for each record sold. He said, "I was a dumb Black kid and my mama had 12 kids and my daddy was dead." Little Richard reportedly said, "I wanted to help them, so I took whatever was offered." And that was in 1984. So in terms of potential recommendations, the task force may consider recommending proposals to provide state funding to descendants to address disparity in compensation. One, among athletes, disparity in compensation derives from a history of discrimination against descendant athletes. The task force can also recommend proposals to provide funding to the proposed California Freedmen's Bureau, specifically for creative, cultural, and intellectual life to address the disruption of descendant cultural centers in the name of redevelopment, and to address the history of censorship of descendant-produced media and arts. Also, we can recommend the requirement of public disclosure of compensation and benefits for artists across all media industries in California to address the inequities and disparity that descendant artists and descendant media executives face in recruitment, compensation, and promotion. Last slide, second to last slide. And then lastly, in terms of guarantees of non-repetition, the Reparations Task Force may consider proposals to identify and remove all Confederate monuments, plaques, and state markers and memorials that memorialize and preserve Confederate culture, similar to the denazification of Germany after World War II, to address the history of state-sponsored monuments on state property, glorifying slavery and white supremacy. In terms of guarantees of non-repetition, we can also recommend the repeal or amending of Proposition 209 to address systemic discrimination faced by descendant artists and descendant culture and the general barriers imposed by Proposition 209, which continue to have limiting effects to descendants. And then lastly, the task force can recommend requiring a racial impact assessment for all future legislation to ensure that there is a long-term and ongoing commitment to remedying the harms caused by the history and trauma of state-sponsored discrimination against descendants across all sectors, including art and culture. And the picture again is from our interim report. It says the picture is from 1868. And it is entitled, "This is a White Man's Government." So I thought it was important to put that in the guarantees of non-repetition section to ensure that our recommendations are transformative in the sense that what we see depicted in terms of this Black man being subjugated is no longer our reality for the future. Next slide. And so, again, thank you to September and December 2021 personal and expert witnesses for their contributions. And also, again, special thanks to Vince Kazawi, Jeremy Payne, and Newton Knowles for your support and assistance. Okay, any questions, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Task Force. Might not we consider that in the early presentation of the harm that is done, we should not sanitize the legacy of Peter Burnett, the first governor of the state. Peter Burnett was an arch racist, born in Nashville, Tennessee, led the first wagon train in 1843. And the stipulation for that wagon train was that no mulattoes or blacks would be permitted to be in the wagon train. The only condition for them being would make an exception, but they had to be enslaved. And when the man got up to the Oregon Territory, he settled that little town, that hamlet, Germantown. What was his first act of business? Not how a road should be built or how a cabin should be built, but it was the Peter Burnett flogging law that said any black or mulatto who would be caught in that town would be beaten every 6 months until they left town. He didn't leave his craziness up in the Oregon Territory. And by the way, that law stayed on the books of Oregon until 1926. But when he got down to California in 1848, got involved in politics up there at Sacramento, and emerged to be the first governor of the state. And during his early time in office, he tried to get through the assembly a bill that no blacks or mulattoes would be permitted to settle in California. And he was so slick, like Donald Trump, that he got on the Supreme Court after he left office. And there was the civil rights case of 1857 involving a young man, 19 years old, named R.C. Lee, who came to California. His enslaver, Charles Stovall, came to California to build a school and to have some respite so that his health could be attended to. The story goes that they tried to send him back to Mississippi. But thanks to those Broderick and Baker families who were abolitionists, they fought Stovall's attempt. And that case was settled in 1858. And those blacks in San Francisco met in First AME Zion Church on April the 13th. Thanks that a sailor named Negley heard about their meeting and how blacks couldn't serve on juries in San Francisco. Couldn't get housing, couldn't get jobs, no school. So what happened? Governor up in British Columbia heard about their plight and sent word that if they got on Negler's ship, the Commodore, they could have all the land they needed up on Victoria Island. That was the out-migration of blacks from San Francisco in 1858 because it all started with the first governor, Peter Burnett, and his picture is in that state capitol. His legacy lingers. So I think we should have an abbreviated statement about how this first governor set the stage, created the climate for the exclusion of black folk. That's a matter of historical record, and I don't think that we should do this report without it being included, so that the truth and the whole truth will be told about how these harms began through the leadership of this state.
Agreed. Thank you. We'll take that back to the committee. So that we can move the agenda along, we are behind. If there aren't any objections to anything that was presented, I think we need to move forward. Oh, sorry. Member Montgomery Step, you're recognized.
Chairman, I'll just be really quick. I also want to thank you for categorizing the type of reparations as well in your report. I want to say something about the California Freedmen's Bureau, and it kind of ties into Member Tamaki's earlier report around education. I just really, I know it takes time to set up bureaus and agencies, but the current institutions that we have, just like the trauma that we have as Black folks, they're just inherently racist institutions. And we just have, it takes a lot of time to weed that out. So just kind of starting with a new agency and bureau with this particular purpose is just, I think, something that I would like the task force members to take note of. Thank you.
Rose, you're recognized.
Thank you. And really, this is just for clarifying questions, but that don't need to be answered in full at this point. And this is related to the Freedmen's Bureau. In terms of the civic engagement branch, it notes that it would be, it would include supporting civic engagement among African American youth. And I was just wanting to see if we might extend that to youth and adults, because the intergenerational community organizing can be very powerful. And then the Freedmen Education Branch to offer free education. And I just, if we could clarify what level of education, are we talking junior college, or private elementary and middle and high schools? And then lastly, there was the medical component of the Freedmen's Bureau. And I just was not clear, perhaps in the next iteration, is that a medical bureau that is going to be providing technical support to something like wellness centers? Or is that, so it's not clear, because if it's a Freedmen's Bureau, it's going to be located in one place in the state, I would imagine, unless there are branch offices. So if it's one place in the state, being able to address medical concerns of local communities might be challenging.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, great. Thank you so much again. Now we will move forward to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be led by members Montgomery Stepp and Senator Bradford, Advisory Committee on Chapter 4, Political Disenfranchisement.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just wait a few seconds for it to come up on the screen here. It's on that screen, just not online. And I think this will be fairly brief. I'm going to start off with this on behalf of the Political Disenfranchisement Advisory Committee. And also, again, want to thank the DOJ for its collaborative work on putting policy recommendations together, going back and forth with our offices, our staff members, and ourselves. So thank you. I also want to pretext this conversation with the recognition that these recommendations are, of course, a starting point for where we will go, and we're going to continue our in-depth conversations. Billie Holiday saying, "Them that's got shall have, and them that's not shall lose." So we're diving deep into the atrocities and specific roles that California played in producing generations of harm, where descendants of enslaved people have lost and continue to lose daily. Next slide, please. So slide 2 is a formal apology on behalf of the state of California for its role in political disenfranchisement of descendants. So first, we know that this is a natural part of fulfilling the definition of reparations. Still, California must provide a formal public apology for the political disenfranchisement of descendants. Apologies do tend to have a performative nature if there is no further action to repair harm, but they can serve as a consistent reflection of values. And of course, we've been talking about many recommendations to pair with apologies. If the state considers itself progressive in its values, the descendants of enslaved people deserve an apology that includes an expression of remorse, acknowledgement of harm, accepting responsibility, an effort of repair, and commitment to systemic change. Informing the apology directly related to political disenfranchisement, the state could address the following, but is not limited to addressing these things. California's ban on Black people from testifying against a white person in court. California opposing the 14th and 15th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution. California's history of political disenfranchisement through the use of racial barriers to voting. The construction of monuments, plaques, state markers, and memorials preserving Confederate culture, glorifying slavery and white supremacy. You definitely see a lot of overlap in our presentations on that. And very significantly, California's role in disrupting the Black Panther Party and its founders through law enforcement overreach. Next slide. So we would require district-based voting and independent redistricting commissions. So even with the Voting Rights Act of 1965, equality in voting is still at risk and must be addressed in order to protect the strength of the African-American voting bloc from political gerrymandering, which correlates into racial gerrymandering. It's imperative to protect redistricting in the state of California, especially considering that there is no consistent true independence in the redistricting commissions. We have recently experienced this. A recent example of events out of Los Angeles, conversations about redistricting maps revealed a malicious attempt to gerrymander certain districts to dilute the Black vote. In LA, council members can revise redistricting maps, which threatens representation and further presents political disenfranchisement. So one way we can address these instances is to increase state enforcement of claims of voter dilution. So we know that the conversation in LA we all heard it, but there are other conversations that go on that we don't necessarily hear that are similar in nature. And so while we could recommend eliminating those acts, we also recommend increasing voting and census education for the community of eligibility who cannot be erased from the political process. Next slide, please. We also recommend passing legislation to support education and civic engagement activities related to voting. Policy recommendations for education and civic engagement must be intentional, and a big part of that must include civic engagement and engagement for our young people, our youth. To address any barriers in civic activities, the legislature could amend education and election codes to integrate academic and political participation in elections. We could also recommend implementing aspects of previously introduced AB 2576, which sought to include programs that allowed students to serve as election workers. Representation is severely lacking in political office throughout the state. For more African American people to run for office, we would recommend funding activities and organizations that increase civic engagement and train or support potential candidates who are descendants of enslaved people. Mail-in ballots are an excellent stride in establishing equity, but to increase access to the polls, we would recommend making Election Day a paid state holiday and providing free public transportation on this day. The pairing of those recommendations would increase access for working registered voters. Coming up more frequently, accusations of voter fraud have come into the conversation about increasing access to voting. As a result, voter registration has become increasingly difficult for people who may not be able to afford identification documents or those who may have low access to DMV services in rural areas. And to address this, we could create grant funding and stipends for descendants of enslaved people to meet voter registration requirements. And now I will pass it to Senator Bradford. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just add under the education component that under AB 2576 that wasn't passed, that would have provided $15 million for community outreach and education programs, which the councilwoman mentioned, but some folks had asked what was 2576. So, and aspects of that should be included. And I would also add that we've seen where in more affluent communities, young folks are not only encouraged to work on campaigns, either around candidates or issues, but they get extra credit for it. And very rarely do you see that in our community. So I'm now charged with dealing with changing the slide of increased jury participation by those who are formerly incarcerated. I will wait for that to be placed up. Here we have it. Existing law allows people with previous felony convictions to be called to serve on juries as long as they are not on parole or probation and they are not registered felony sex offender. I think this is key in increasing the jury pool of our peers, because many times we find and see African Americans being convicted of crimes that they did not commit, only due to the fact that they had no one in that jury pool that was sympathetic to them or understood who they were and always found them to be guilty. Just the reverse of that was the Emmett Till situation by an all-white jury that exonerated those individuals who were involved in that brutal murder of Emmett Till. So diversifying and allowing those individuals who have served time to participate in jury pools is critical. Proposed legal guidance and affirmative code amendments that a prior felony conviction cannot be used as a sole basis for disqualifying an individual from being a potential juror. And also in looking in this area, what I learned firsthand is that of all the restrictions that are placed on individuals who are on parole or probation, don't associate with criminal, known criminal activity, or individuals don't use drugs, don't drink, don't carry a gun. They adhere to that more so than any other, than the fact that don't vote. That's the one they follow 100% of the time, most of the time. Of all the restrictions that are placed on someone on parole, the fact that you can't vote, that's the only one they really adhere to. They will carry a gun. They will, so I think we have to change that whole perception about voting and understanding how important it is, because again, even our ones who have done their time, they still refuse to go out and vote after being released off of probation or parole. Require legislative policy committees to conduct, this is our next one, require legislative policy committees to conduct racial impact analysis of all proposed legislation, budgets, and regulations. Just an assessment should be in writing and include findings of the impact of the proposed legislation, the budgets, and the regulations that might have an impact on these descendants. Next slide. Increase the efforts to restore the voting rights of formerly incarcerated. Proposition 17 was approved in November of 2020 and amended the California Constitution to permit people on parole for felony convictions. And this is critically important. And to continue public education campaigns as stated, that's what 25, AB, I'm sorry, getting the number there, but that bill would have allowed some more of that outreach and education campaigns, and require the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation to provide returning citizens with voter registration information. As stated many times, they're left and released with no information from even housing, knowing how to get a personal ID, and registering to vote should be part of those tools that you provide individuals once they're released. So hopefully those are some of the things that we decided or brought forth as recommendations to work on or suggest through the task force. So that concludes my presentation.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the task force. I would like to suggest that we would consider including Marion Wright Elderman's Freedom School template as a means of providing civic engagement opportunities for young people, and that we can also integrate that into our educational report. Many of you possibly are aware of this excellent model that evolved out of the state of Mississippi, 1964, when students were in the Mississippi Delta trying to enfranchise black people. They discovered that they didn't know how to read nor write. And that's when the freedom schools began. And it was around the same time that Swarner, Goodman, and Cheney were murdered because they were part of that movement. And prior to that, the first martyr was Reverend George Washington Lee, who on May the 7th, 1955, was on his way home. And members of the Ku Klux Klan and the White Citizens Council took shotguns and shot his jaw off. The car ran into Mrs. Blyer's porch, tore it up. He staggered out of the car. They tried to rush him to the hospital in a taxi, and he died on the way. His funeral was the first open casket funeral, not Emmett Till's. That's where Mrs. Till got the idea from. And in Belzoni, Mississippi, that funeral was held, and over 2,000 people attended. So many were there that they had to have the funeral outside of the church there in Belzoni. And Reverend Lee was president of the Belzoni, Mississippi branch of the National Association for the Advancement for Colored People. It was all about voting and black folks becoming enfranchised. And he lost his life as the first martyr, and not Swarner, Goodman, and Cheney, though they did pay the supreme sacrifice too.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Brown, for your comments. Are there any other comments or questions for the advisory committee on their presentation? Well, thank you all so much. Let's clap it up for Member Montgomery Stepp and Senator Bradford. It was great. Absolutely excellent. So we'll now turn to the next item on the agenda. I did want to recognize Oscar Grant Sr. was here. He had to step out right now. As folks know, Oscar Grant III was a 22-year-old African-American man who was killed in the early morning hours of New Year's Day, 2009, by BART police officer Joannis Mercilli in Oakland, California. So to the point of, we were just talking about extrajudicial murder of African-American men in particular in the South, and how we're still dealing with that today in the 21st century. So thank you, Oscar Grant Sr., for attending. So now we'll turn to the next item on the agenda, which is going to be led by Vice Chair Brown and Member Tamaki, advisory committees on chapters 6 and 12 health harms, and education. Or, is that the right one?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's actually two presentations, but with your permission, Chair Moore, let me know when I can proceed. So the first is mental and physical harm and neglect, health harms, and includes environmental harms. And with Pastor Brown's consent, I will drive the presentation and invite him to chime in and make comments anywhere along the way. First of all, I want to acknowledge the Department of Justice legal team that's helped put this presentation together, and without whose help would not be possible in terms of the deep research that was done. And so at the table are Daniel Elliott, thank you very much, and Robin Goldfaden. But I also want to acknowledge Delbert Tran and Mina Visvanathan, as well as Christine Chuang for helping us in these two complex sections. I think these all go into the category broadly of stopping the harm, guarantees of non-repetition. It's a reflection, basically, how deeply anti-Black bias has infected the health systems and education systems. And so let me, with that, begin with first slide, please. So this first issue is anti-Black discrimination and implicit bias in healthcare has led to severe negative disparities in health outcomes for Black Americans, which are cited in the interim report. And these are merely examples. Black maternal death rate has been 3.3 times the white rate, accounting to 43% of the national total. Between 2014 and 2016, Black women in California were 6 times more likely to die within a year of pregnancy than white women. Black people have led in 13 to 15 categories of the leading causes of death, and Black life expectancy has 5 to 7 fewer years than white life expectancy. Next slide, please. So the proposal is to fund the Health Equity and Racial Justice Fund within California Department of Public Health, Office of Health Equity, to provide grants directly to community-based organizations, including clinics, to identify and address the most pressing healthcare issues. And Oakland has had a number of these, including these CBO clinics on the ground in diverse communities with, I think, really great results because they are on the ground. Expand healthcare coverage for Black Californians or descendants of enslaved people who lack coverage, or alternatively endorse previously introduced Assembly Bill 1400, providing comprehensive universal single-payer health care coverage for all residents. That has not been successful up to now, and that's an area that may be part of the solution. Close the gaps in access to primary and specialty care for those covered under Medi-Cal, subject to denial by providers due to low reimbursement rates. So specialty care are things like heart disease, diabetes care, and neurosurgery, this kind of thing that requires high degree of expertise, in which, if you're a Medi-Cal recipient, it's hard to get that kind of care. Next slide, please. Disparities persist in Black health outcomes as a result of the historical inequality, discriminatory health policy, racial discrimination, including unconscious implicit bias that we've talked about. African Americans receive fewer procedures and poor quality medical care across every type of diagnostic and treatment intervention than white Americans. Suffer higher rates of morbidity and mortality from than white Americans in almost all health outcomes, and this inequality only increases with age. Moreover, in order to effectively address discrimination in healthcare, standardized data collection is critical to understand the disparities that exist in the system. So a number of task force members have talked about and highlighted the need for data, but without data, you can't make a case as to where the needs are and what's not being met in terms of holes that need to be filled in the system. And so the collection of data, and not just in healthcare and education, in criminal justice, all of these areas becomes really crucial. Next slide, please. So adding evidence-based anti-bias training is part of the solution, and an assessment based on such a training to the graduation requirements for all medical schools and all healthcare provider programs, including mental and behavioral health in California receiving state funding. So in order to address this implicit bias question, that training is necessary. Mandate an annual study of California healthcare laws and policies to evaluate their effect on Black Californians and publish findings and recommendations to the legislature, and create statewide standards for data collection and reporting of demographic and social needs to assess the, quote, individual, cultural, linguistic, and health-related social needs of patients to address health disparities and improve health care and quality and outcomes. Next slide, please. Here's another issue. Black birthing Californians are substantially more likely than white birthing people to suffer severe health complications during pregnancy, give birth prematurely, lose their babies, die in childbirth, accounting for more than 20% of pregnancy-related deaths, despite being only 5% of the birthing population. So the proposal, next slide, please. Require California to adequately support doula services to provide physical and emotional support during pregnancy, childbirth, and postpartum period, covered as a Medi-Cal preventative service starting in 2023, by requiring the California Department of Healthcare Services to take additional steps to implement doula care services. Next slide, please. Another issue, a growing body of research has begun to document the individual and multi-generational impact of racism on health, and numerous states and municipalities across the country have declared racism as a public health crisis. Proposal, fund the study of the intergenerational impact of racism and formulate recommendations for enhanced medical health care, including educating medical health care workers. I think this is one of the things Member Cheryl Grills has really been pushing for. Next slide, please. Issue, segregation, redlining, and unequal distribution of the benefits of public infrastructure have resulted in Black Californians having unequal access to affordable, healthy food, and poor quality housing with less access to green spaces, playgrounds, and parks. So that's part of the environmental presentation too, and other speakers have talked about the lack of accessibility to nutritious, healthy food and green space. Next slide, please. Proposal is to require grocery store closure guidelines and advance closing notice in food deserts, facilitate innovative farmers markets initiatives and or mobile vendors, that this was mentioned before, promoting urban agriculture through various tax credits and mixed use zoning ordinances. Lisa Holder mentioned this, and distribute grants to community-based organizations within neighborhoods that have been redlined to address environmental and infrastructure inequity. And this is one of the things that the DOJ team has shined a light on, that to identify areas of need that might be viewed as race neutral in an era where the constitutionality of this has been challenged, to direct services based upon a history of harm, and one way is redlining. Issue, while research has, this is next slide, please, sorry.
Okay, there's, Don, there's an issue with the city's control room downstairs. We're trying to work out, so.
Just give me the word when there's a problem and I will stop. I think we're in line now, or there isn't. What I could do is just proceed and explain as we go along, and recognizing that it's not up there. So The issue here is while research has demonstrated the importance of Black medical and mental health providers in delivering healthcare services to underserved Black patients, Black Californians make up 6% of the state's population, as you know, but only 3% of doctors in California are Black. And there are substantial barriers remain for Black students to enter the medical and mental health behavioral healthcare professions. Okay, so the next slide would be, okay, issue, the unmet mental health needs are higher among Black Californians as compared with white Californians and across racial groups. The highest percentage of serious psychological distress and attempted suicide was found among Black Californians. Member Grills has highlighted this point in particular. California Medical Board data from 2003 to 2013 revealed that Black physicians were more likely than white physicians to be the subject of complaint investigations, but these investigations were not more likely to result in disciplinary action, which may indicate racial bias. So the proposal, next slide, please. Okay. Fully fund and expand the UC programs in medical education, it's called UC Prime, for African, Black, and Caribbean communities to all UC medical campuses. And it's been a successful model of both recruiting and mentoring Black medical students, while also increasing the number of Black medical professionals dedicated to serving predominantly Black communities. The program provides specialized coursework, structured clinical experiences, advanced independent study, and mentoring programs for Black communities. Next slide, please. Proposal is to create and fund equivalents to the UC Prime for psychologists, licensed counselors, and licensed therapists. So mirror that program for behavioral psychologists, counselors, and therapists. Permanently fund the California Medical Scholars Pilot Program and create and fund equivalent pathway programs for students in the Cal State University and University of California UC systems. This program connects community college students to medical schools, clinics, and practitioners to promote pathways for underrepresented college students to enter medicine, to provide encouragement and a way forward that they could actually enter these professions, and provides mentorship by practitioners, academic advising, enhanced curriculum, and priority enrollment to that student when the student applies to that particular medical school. It's kind of a pathway directly into both training and the profession. Next slide, please. Proposal: fund or expand similar pathway programs for high school students and or other medical professions such as nurses, physician assistants, and nurse practitioners. This is certainly one way to expand the number of medical staff serving underserved communities, is to emphasize not just the doctors, but also very highly skilled medical people, such as physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and so on. And to prevent racially biased disciplinary practices by the medical board, require the Medical Board of California to undergo implicit bias training, conduct an annual review by an independent party of the board's records to determine racial bias in disciplinary proceedings, and the implementation of remedial measures if bias is found. In other words, if there's a finding of bias, what is the fix for that, and what is the implementation, and that should proceed. And so that concludes the slides, but I wanted to call upon Deputy Attorney Generals Goldfaden and Elliott if they have any comments or observations that you would like to weigh in on. Okay. I wanted just to open up that invitation and then turning to Pastor Brown and asking if you have any comments you'd like to add.
Thank you very much, Brother Don and members of the task force. Only thing I would like to add is that in addition to that excellent work that you have reported on, we need to sharpen a little bit more what we need to do to test for and remove this toxicity that's in communities where African Americans live. That goes for public housing and also for the environment. Someone earlier mentioned maybe Hunters Point, which is ground zero for environmental injustice. Additionally, there is no comprehensive mental health clinic for the whole family in Bayview Hunters Point. That happens in other points in other areas of the state. We're just underserved, and we need to play catch up. But Benjamin Mays said he or she who's behind in the race of life will stay behind. I had better run faster in order to catch up. And we need to hit the ground running to deal with these health issues, because if we don't, it'll be a mute issue. If we're dead as a duck and not around, we won't be able to take care of celebrating culture, to learn, to make some money, or do anything. The health is very basic. And we also need to deal with not just the food deserts, but the food swamps. There are a lot of food swamps in these Black communities.
To add to this point, I wonder if I can continue on with the environmental health part, because dovetails quite nicely with Pastor Brown's wise comments. So if you could pull that up. Okay. Next slide, please. So the issue is those red line communities, as established by the Homeowners Loan Corporation, the maps correlate. This is unsurprising. The maps correlate, redlining maps, with the infrastructure inequality in housing segregation today. Neighborhoods rated A as best by the redlining maps have twice as many trees as those rated D for the worst. Without trees, communities suffer from increased health and environmental hazards. Trees are essential in combating some of the deadliest harms of climate change by improving health air quality and reducing the effects of heat islands, which are urban areas that are significantly warmer than surrounding areas due to the concentration of buildings, roads, and structures that absorb solar radiation and transform and emit it as heat. Next slide, please. Proposal is to amend Senate Bill 1000 to require local governments to identify redlined communities within their jurisdiction and make plans to increase tree canopy coverage and access to green space to limit pollution exposure, ameliorate heat island effects, and improve air quality. Next slide, please. Issue is redline communities lack the public infrastructure to adapt to the gravest climate change risks, and African Americans bear some of the greatest risks from climate change, including increased asthma diagnoses, premature mortality from extreme heat, or pollution exposure. Obviously, I'm only listing a few things as, mere examples. Next slide, please. The proposal would be to utilize existing programming and funding from the California Strategic Growth Council to provide economic support to redline communities that lack the public infrastructure to adapt to the greatest climate change risks by supporting local resiliency hubs to facilitate communication, distribute aid, and become more self-sustaining during climate emergencies, which we know will happen, and provide grants to local redline communities to improve infrastructure, climate resiliency, and other health harms associated with the legacy of redlining. Next slide, please. Retrofit public buildings to serve as climate resiliency hubs to respond to climate disasters by providing clean water, food distribution, high-speed internet, electricity, heat or air conditioning, and so on. And develop accessible warning alert systems and climate shelters for unhoused residents. Ensure investments in lowering greenhouse gas emissions and climate change projects that do not cause displacement by increasing property values and spurring cycles of gentrification. So as we improve the infrastructure, certainly one peril is that you also increase the land valuation and then the building valuation, and you actually increase gentrification at the same time. So we'd want to be mindful of that. Turning the page to next slide. Issue, this was mentioned by other speakers, lead pollution from industrial sites, paint, gasoline exhaust, and pipes that deliver drinking water to homes is disproportionately high in Black communities that were segregated through redlining. In 2019, the New York Times reported that as many as 1,000 community water systems in California may be at high risk of failing to deliver potable water, with a disproportionate number located in low-income areas. A UCLA report in 2021 identified 29 failing water systems in Los Angeles County, and these systems largely service communities of color. Next slide, please. Proposal is to fund lead service line replacement on privately owned property to remove lead in drinking water and ban partial lead service line replacement, which studies show indicates to actually greater health risks. Allocate 40% of the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funds received by the state for full lead service line replacement to go directly to disadvantaged or low-income communities and Black communities that were formerly redlined. Next slide, please. This is a familiar theme of the task force. From the 1950s to the 70s, highway construction targeted neighborhoods and valuable inner-city land that tended to be overwhelmingly poor and Black. These highways destroyed Black communities or otherwise suffocated their economic vitality by cutting off access to the rest of the city, and caused Black communities to be disproportionately located near highways and exposed to on-road carcinogenic pollution, nitrogen oxide emitted from vehicles contributing to asthma and other respiratory ailments, and higher than average concentrations of PM 2.5 fine particulate matter from all sources, including industry, diesel trucks, and construction. Next slide, please. Proposal, reduce the pollution burden of Black communities by ending highway expansion in areas with high levels of pollution already. And that's the last of that slide. I want to turn to Attorney Generals Goldfad and Elliott, if you have any further comments to add.
Yes, I just wanted to add one thing, that responding to environmental justice harms involves immense community organizing, and there's already a lot of organizations in California that are doing an excellent job. And some of these proposals were inspired by the California Environmental Justice Alliance, which has initiatives such as green zones, which are community-based solutions that reconfigure unhealthy land use patterns into neighborhoods that are overwhelmed by pollution. So I think there's a lot of resources out there that the task force can and should be inspired by that are already doing excellent work.
I trust that when we move to the next iteration of this section that we'll be drawing on those resources. So we're, as Pastor Brown said, we're not reinventing the wheel, and we're synthesizing the latest and most effective strategies.
Absolutely. And we've already been working with the environmental justice attorneys and the DOJ to address this issue, but they will absolutely be incorporated moving forward as well.
Terrific. Pastor Brown, defer to you. you have any comments or? I think that concludes our presentation.
Other questions, comments, major objections? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, Senator Bradford, you're recognized.
And I appreciate the presentation. I would only add that as we move to this environmental justice and green economy, that we make sure people that look like us work in this space, because we're not there. And our communities are being impacted the most, but we very rarely ever get any of these jobs. So that should be part of the work as well. And where I chaired utilities, and where I saw where low income, especially African American folks, were being sold solar, they didn't need it on their homes. What they needed was insulation. What they needed was to seal up the unit, but they were being sold on solar and not even telling them to buy it. They were telling them to lease it, where these companies got the tax breaks and tax credits. So they're being exploited even when you come into our neighborhood. So we need to be conscious and have a mindset and look for that as well moving forward.
Thank you. Should we turn to the education presentation? Oh, sorry.
Rose, you're recognized.
Thank you. If this wasn't so critical, I would just leave it for another day. But I just wanted to uplift two things that you were sharing in your report. And this is specific to mental health. You made mention about suicide rates. And I just want to draw two things to the task force's attention. One, and that should raise the bar for how we attend to it. The issue of suicide among children has, of course, the country tracks that. While suicide rates have been on the decline for most children, it has been on the increase for Black children, and especially for children between 5 and 11 years of age. And the greatest increase has been among Black boys. So we've got a crisis here that really requires some attention. And then in terms of Black adults, if you saw the news this morning, people were talking about Ellen DeGeneres' DJ Twix, yeah. And so in passing, they noted that suicide rates were on the rise, especially for Black males, at a rate of around 53%, which is striking, and I need to double check that. But so I just want to make sure we uplift that issue. Secondly, there was mention about increasing the pipeline of Black physicians and psychologists and social workers. I just want to point out that Black physicians are catching absolute hell out there in terms of racial discrimination, racial stress, and racial trauma, and that we may need to add in some recommendations to support them. They are under tremendous stress. I just met with about 75 or so Black physicians in the Northern California area a few months ago, and it was harsh to try to understand and provide tools for them to address what they're dealing with, from medical school to residency to medical practice. They're catching hell at every single step.
I wonder if you could help us source data information on both subjects, actually. When governments declare racism as a public health emergency, really what you're drilling down is what that means. Well, that translates into skyrocketing Black suicide among youth. And certainly with respect to the issue of what Black students who are seeking, to enter the medical profession, and what those who are in the profession are undergoing, it'd be great to benefit from whatever studies that you have access to.
I can send them to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I say this, and once we get the training, we've done our residency, and particularly get into these health departments, Black health professionals are not getting fairness and justice. I know I can speak with great authority regarding San Francisco County. So all of these counties need to be included in this harm. Black professionals, whether nurses, psychiatrists, or psychologists. The health departments are not being inclusive and just, even when it comes to disciplinary actions.
Okay, thank you. Well, turning to the Education Advisory Committee, of both which Pastor Brown and I serve on, and turning the first page. The issue that in recent decades California has passed and the Supreme Court has upheld laws that stopped school desegregation, resulting in California as of 2020 being among the top 10 most segregated states for Black students, 64% of Black students and 64% of Black students attend hyper-segregated, low-resourced schools. The proposal is to follow Berkeley as one model, permitting students to transfer to public schools within their district or between neighboring districts, if doing so would improve racial integration and other diversity measurements such as socioeconomic status diversity. Turning the page. Another issue, funding is critical to closing the opportunity gap. It's, I think, common sense really and obvious, yet Black students in California disproportionately attend under-resourced schools in highly segregated neighborhoods. The existing local control funding formula, LCCF, does not concentrate funding on Black students who for decades have experienced the greatest disparities, and the LCCF does not require schools to ensure that funds are used directly to support such high needs students. The proposal is to direct substantial additional funding to schools with students experiencing the greatest educational disparities, requiring that funds should be used or must be used to address academic needs directly and monitored to ensure that such funding is deployed in the required manner. I think in one way or the other, each of the task force members have called on the need for targeted, specialized, focus on the funding. And Member Stepp and Montgomery Stepp and others have specifically called upon that this should be focused and direct. Turning the page. Issue, the COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically impacted education, exacerbating racial disparities that existed before the pandemic. So whatever the problems were before the pandemic has gotten worse, of course, with it. And it's caused multi-month learning losses in math and reading with disproportionate impact for low-income students of color, including a widening academic gap for Black students. Mental health crises for young children and teens, compounding the need for mental health services, particularly among Black and Latinx students. And research shows that Black students are less likely to attend schools with adequate counseling staff or access to mental health services, and teacher and educational staff shortages. So the pandemic itself has created a disruption in the teaching profession, with many leaving the profession. Turning the page. Proposal is to provide additional COVID-19 relief grants for local educational agencies with a requirement to focus on reducing racial disparities and mitigating the pandemic's harmful impact on Black students, ensure sufficiently long-term funding to support measures identified as necessary to close the pandemic exacerbated educational opportunity gap, including expanded day and full year instruction and enrichment for elementary students, including summer school, tutoring and other educational intervention, including learning acceleration, counseling and mental health services, and a proposal relating to science, technology, engineering, art, and math disparities
in education is in progress. We're taking a look at that now and cross-referencing that to high-quality career and technical education. That was mentioned also by other task force members to get into non-college, but yet high-paying training and professions. Turning the page, next slide. Studies establish the importance of students having at least one teacher who looks like them. Black students comprise 5.1% of California students, but Black adults comprise just 3.9% of the state's teachers, with Black men only 1% of teachers in California. Proposal: adopt mandatory curriculum for teacher credentialing and trainings that include culturally responsive teaching methods, identify and support teachers who give culturally nurturing instruction, and adopt new methods and models to improve teacher habits in the classroom, and develop proactive strategies to recruit African American K through 12 teachers. Next slide, please. This is something that we've addressed repeatedly: erasure of Black history and dehumanization of African Americans in textbooks contribute to a sense of alienation and being unimportant, invisible, and voiceless. Proposal: to conduct a review of curriculum to assess whether it is inclusive, free of bias, and honors the contributions and experiences of all peoples, regardless of ethnicity, race, gender, or sexual orientation. Advance a timeline for ethnic studies classes in public and private high schools, and adopt a K through 12 Black studies curriculum. And again, I think that dovetails with our public education recommendations on curriculum as well. Next slide, please. This has been addressed by members Holder and Joan Sawyer. Black students are suspended at 3 times the rate of white students, are consistently punished more severely than white students for the same infractions, and lose nearly 4 times the number of days of instruction to suspensions and expulsions as compared to white students. Proposal: require an annual review of school disciplinary records to determine racial bias. Again, another example where data is necessary. Implementation of racially equitable disciplinary practices, mandated training on implicit bias and cultural competency, and positive behavioral interventions, and improve access to educational opportunities for all incarcerated people in both juvenile and adult correctional facilities. Next slide, please. Jumping to another subject. The cost of higher education has grown exponentially over the last several decades, disproportionately excluding Black Californians and reinforcing the ongoing history of discrimination in education. Since 2000, the percentage of Black enrollment has plummeted. Researchers identify the focus on standardized testing for admissions as one key cause of the decline. Studies dispute the efficacy of standardized test scores and as an accurate predictor of success in college and graduate school. And while that is a subject of dispute, that is to say how effective the standardized test scores are in measuring potential and ability, there is a strong correlation between test scores and race and wealth. So the wealthier you tend to be and the whiter you tend to be, the higher your test score tends to be. And Lisa Holder, member here, civil rights attorney, has been deeply involved in that litigation. And due to the concerns of discriminatory impact of these tests, the UC and CSU systems, and I believe member Holder was involved in this litigation that prompted this, have discontinued the use of standardized tests for undergraduate admissions. Next slide, please. Proposal: fund free education to the state's community colleges, Cal State universities, and universities of California for California residents who are descendants of enslaved people. eliminate standardized testing as a requirement for admission into graduate programs. It's been done for undergraduate. The question is there a better way to measure potential and ability than standardized tests at the graduate level? And require the California Department of Education to conduct an annual review of racial bias in the design and administration of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, a standardized test purporting to measuring proficiency. And that concludes the slides on education. And turning to the Deputy Attorney Generals, I wonder if you have any comments. If not, totally fine. I just want to open that invitation.
I don't have anything to add at this time, but I'm happy to take any questions and appreciate all the feedback that we've been given so far. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brown, please.
Again, Madam Chair and members of the task force, I strongly recommend that we include a recommendation of the Freedom School being specifically included as a model and template for the education of these youngsters. And I hope that we will remember Koziel said some years ago in his book, Savage Inequality, that it's not a matter of our having no brains, focus, our interest in education. It's a matter of not being given opportunity and not making sure that the funding and resources are equal. That's it. And then the other thing I'll lift up, they're always talking about Chicago, crimes, killings, and all that. Every time they mention it, in my presence, I remind them that William Golding wrote a classic book that later became a movie, Lord of the Flies. Lord of the Flies. Don't you remember those pristine, proper, erudite British boys who were on that plane in the South Pacific that crashed? Savages and worshiping the head of that pig. Black children and black folks in general will do all right. They will excel. Just give them the opportunity and the support services. We've always proven that. And a classic example is that Willie Lewis Brown Jr., the most celebrated quintessential politician in this state, who had the distinction of the longest tenure as Speaker of the Assembly. They even changed the rule to keep him from succeeding himself. But Willie Brown, after he left that segregated high school in Mineola, Texas, came to California to live with his uncle, Uncle Mitzi. Applied to go to Stanford University. Stanford turned him down, flat. No. He didn't let that break his spirit. He went on to San Francisco State, but he was admitted as a provisional student. Provisional student. Again, that didn't break his spirit. He went on. Focus, wax well. And the rest is history. Again, the footnote to this whole report, this whole process, the major thing is, let's give black folks the opportunity and respect their humanity. They will prove how to make bricks without straw and how to make a way out of no way, and still come forth as champions of scholarship, erudition, and great cultural celebrations.
Thank you. May I ask, Deputy Attorney Generals Goldfaden and Elliott to follow up with Pastor Brown in connection with the suggestion about Freedom Schools and Marion Wright Eagleman and the work she's done, and see if that, let's develop that as part of our proposal too. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much again, everybody. Okay, so now we are a bit behind schedule, but we can still take a break. What's the pleasure of the task force? Do you want to work through or take a 10-minute break? We have one more substantive advisory committee, and the other is in a subpoena advisory committee presentation, and then something else. You want to take a break?
A brief break would be
Okay.
nice.
How many minutes?
10.
10 minutes? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
So we'll resume at 3. Okay. We will now resume business. Before we do so, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that we can reestablish a quorum.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I'll begin with Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Member Bradford. Member Grills. Member Holder. Member Jones Sawyer. Member Lewis.
Present.
Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
And Member Tamaki.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. 5 are needed for a quorum. There are 9 members present. A quorum is reestablished.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. Now that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll return to business. Before we do so, I want to recognize Member Tamaki.
Neglected to be able to acknowledge him as being supervising a lot of the work that has been done in education and in health. So thank you, Tony. Appreciate you. Thank you, Chair Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And so the next item on the agenda is item number 22, presented by Member Lewis, Advisory Committee on the Wealth Gap.
Thank you, Chair Moore. So first, I want to start by thanking Drs. Casey Campbell and Thomas Kramer for their support throughout, and also the wonderful contributions by the remainder of the economics team, including Dr. William Spriggs and Crystal Mullen and Dr. Sandy Darity. So, so earlier in our conversation, I mentioned very briefly some of the stakes of thinking about the racial wealth gap. So I'm going to say a bit more about that and then propose, a couple of items for our discussion for today. Hopefully I won't take up too much time so we can all, go home. All right. So the racial wealth gap is the product of discriminatory lending, employment, property, and commercial practices and policies against African-American individuals, communities, and enterprises, and critically, a privileging of practices and policies in those same areas towards white American individuals, communities, and enterprises, right? So we want to think about this as the racial wealth gap. So to be clear, the racial wealth gap is not the result of a failure of Black American productivity, industry, and entrepreneurism. I want to repeat it to be clear. The racial wealth gap is not the result of a failure of Black American productivity, industry, and entrepreneurism, but rather the consequence of their interruption and undermining due to outright racism or in specific service of further facilitating and securing the wealth of white Americans. As recent as 2021, the Federal Reserve Survey of Consumer Finances determined that white households hold 80% of overall wealth in the country. Conversely, Black Americans, broadly defined, hold only 3% of wealth. To put that in dollar terms, the median white family held $184,000 in wealth in 2019 compared to just $23,000 for the median Black family. And for further comparison, the median Hispanic family held $38,000 in wealth. Moreover, we should assume that these comparative figures become even starker once we disaggregate the data among the generalized Black population surveyed. Some economists note that the amount of wealth held by the typical Black household compared to the typical white family has remained almost the exact same ratio as it existed in the 1960s. In fact, any observable convergence or closing of the gap, an even slower path has been indicated over the last 150 years, with convergence stalling or this closing stalling after 1950. Even more damning, since the 1980s, the wealth gap has widened again as capital gains have predominantly benefited white households and income convergence has effectively stopped. So we're talking about since the 1980s, you have the altogether stopping of the closing of the gap. In fact, it has widened since the 1980s. So we are talking about a very recent phenomenon here. So it should be noted that while the median is a useful measure for calculating typical differences, and I've been using the median in a couple of instances here, So while it's useful for measuring and calculating typical differences in wealth between blacks and whites, it leaves out significant outlier values, which would represent Black Americans impacted by significant economic disparities and whites who benefit from economic advantage. Therefore, the mean or average is the most appropriate measure for calculating the sum required to eliminate the racial wealth gap. And so I want us to just understand these differences and what we're talking about with the wealth gap. Or at least I should say, I am advocating for us thinking about the mean or the average disparity. So several key contributors to the racial wealth gap include, racial differences in home equity, financial assets, and income, all of which are necessary for economic security in their own right, and because they facilitate the accumulation of wealth over time. In addition to differences in asset values and composition, differences in the amount and type of debt held by households contribute to racial disparities in economic security. However, the racial wealth gap, right, as argued by many economists who advocate for reparations, including Dorothy and Mullen and many of the other individuals on our economics team, right? The wealth gap represents the best indicator of the cumulative impact of white racism over time. All right, so we're talking about this relationship here, right? So we think about the wealth gap as indicated just by the holding of assets, but we should also think about it as determined by the significant holding of debts and the disparities in the holding of debts as well. And so when we think about those relationships, what we're seeing is that the racial wealth gap, broadly understood, actually is the best accounting for the cumulative impact of anti-Black racism in this country historically. So if the wealth gap is the best single indicator of the cumulative impact of white racism over time, it in principle represents a total sum of calculable harms. And this is where I began to mention this issue earlier to my colleagues. However, the Taskforce interim report frames the racial wealth gap as a separate harm. And so this is the issue that we need to reconcile, in our body today, so that way we can make some, appropriate plans going forward. So we do not yet have an exact sense of what the specific racial wealth gap is in the state of California. However, we do know what the racial income gap is. And this is different. This is the difference between the wealth gap and the income gap. So what I'm saying is that we don't yet know what the wealth gap is in the state of California. Okay. So as far as the income gap, we see that Black Americans earn 60 cents for every dollar that white Americans in the state of California earn. Okay? And this has been determined by the Public Policy of California statewide survey. We also know the geographic disparities of wealth in the state of California, where 20% of all net worth is concentrated in the 30th wealthiest zip codes of the state, home to just 2% of Californians. So what we're talking about is that in the state of California, 2% of California's residents hold 20% of the state's wealth. Okay. So determining the specific racial wealth gap would take directed research, which is beyond the scope of work for the economic experts team in both time and capacity, as both have been allotted to them. In other words, they can do it. We have not given them enough time or resources to do it. Okay, and that's fine. It is also not appropriate to simply deduce a state-based number for the gap from a national figure, which I presented earlier. The reason is that many of the measurable variables do not simply correlate between national and state circumstances. I've asked the economic experts team to be here today so they can elaborate on these points if the task force would like for them to do so. Okay. Still, despite not yet having an exact figure for the racial wealth gap in the state of California, right, and with the wealth gap again being seen as the best indicator for the cumulative impact of anti-Black discrimination, the economics team has thus far identified 5 areas of harms, and we've been talking about those for some time now. As a reminder, those are unjust property takings, the devaluation of Black businesses, housing discrimination and houselessness, mass incarceration and over-policing, as well as health harms. And so what I want to explain is that the calculations for these 5 areas go some way in accounting for the total impact of the sum of the racial wealth gap. All right, so those 5 areas account for a portion of the total sum of the racial wealth gap. And so if we were to go away and study the racial wealth gap and come back with a figure, within that figure would be numbers from those 5 areas. Okay. Okay. And so to be clear and provide an update, the economics team has made progress on determining preliminary figures for, it was 3 of those 5 areas, right? So we have numbers for 3 of the 5 areas, which I'm not going to share today. Many of us know why. Media responsibility. All right. So for this meeting, what I want us to discuss is whether we should proceed with the 5 atrocities, what I mentioned earlier, and have them serve as a proxy for the wealth gap, as a primary form of compensatory reparations. Alternatively, I can use the next couple of months to draw on my professional resources, networks, and personal research agenda to further explore the state gap in consultation with the economic experts team. As a third option, we can proceed with the 5 atrocity figures to then be later supplemented by future findings on the general racial wealth gap. Sure. So the first option would be to stick with the 5 atrocities, right, which again represent some portion of what we would think of as the total racial wealth gap. Because the racial wealth gap should be understood as a cumulative impact of all discriminations against Black Americans in the state of California. So the first option would be to simply proceed with the 5 atrocity areas. And again, the economics experts team have calculated for 3 of those 5 areas. So we have numbers for 3 of the 5 areas, and they're on their way to finalizing numbers for the final 2 areas. The second option would be to say, well, let's actually pursue what the racial wealth gap in the state of California is. And so that would take considerable further research, some resources, and support, but it might be possible to make some progress on that in the next couple of months in time for us to make some final recommendations in time for the DOJ to help draft the report. The third option would be to take a kind of both and approach, which is to say, well, let's continue and make plans using the 5 areas, and then we can continue to do our best to further explore the actual number of the racial wealth gap, and then to use that to supplement the 5 areas. So those would be the 3 options. Okay. And so before we discuss that, I just want to quickly say that beyond closing the wealth gap, right, I suggest that we also create a series of attendant policies that support the accumulation of wealth in Black American communities. Right? It should be noted that the wealth held in white communities is in large part the result of such protections, advantages, and other support through preferential lending terms, the significant and long history of state and federal subsidies, as well as tax policies. So in principle, I will be proposing, policies in the areas of capital development, commercial development, community support and development, as well as significant infrastructural development in banking and investment. However, I should note that over the past 2 days, many of you have touched upon some of these areas. And so, that being really noteworthy and really wonderful to see that we are actively, despite our respective portfolios, thinking, really along the same lines here. I think I would rather, go back and look at the presentations more closely that you all presented over these 2 days, and then provide some further, analysis and recommendations at the next meeting, because it doesn't make sense for us to duplicate our efforts. So, I will stop there and open up for discussion and any kind of presentations or further clarifications that the economic experts want to provide.
Yes. Member Holder, you're recognized.
You might need to talk into them. Yeah.
Member Scott Lewis, given your expertise and your work with the economics advisors, what's your recommendation as to what is the most sound methodology to move forward with, especially given the fact that everything that we do has to be embedded in a sound methodology in order to pass legal scrutiny? So I'd ask for your recommendation of which of the 3 is preferable.
So member Holt is asking me which of the three paths do I personally suggest. So that's exactly right. We are trying to work towards, sound methodology. It's important because, Black Americans in the state who are part of the eligible community, deserve accurate accounting of their historical and contemporary harms, as well as we know that we have to, whatever we do has to, withstand scrutiny from various other entities. So it makes sense for us to really, I think, take the third path, which is that in the spirit of accurate accounting, and in the spirit of making sure that what we do, stands up to any further and future scrutiny, it's appropriate for us to continue the calculation while I think exploring the scope of how far we can go in determining an accurate account. That's my recommendation. The reason why, I would say that we might want to pursue option one, which is to say we have the 5 areas, let's stick to them. It's that we have, a lot of collective work to do. And as I noted, some of our work is beginning to overlap in a way where, we might very quickly come to a point where you rely upon, the figures from these 5 areas to then begin building out, your policy proposals and so forth. And so if we are in a position of continuing to add more numbers or to add, adding more areas, it might complicate the work. And so I think that's part of the issue. I was going to have them speak to it, but, there is also, the potential for these areas to more than represent. Can you say it instead? Because I don't want to, if I say it, then, it's a thing. But there's a relationship, Dr. Kramer, between the values for the 5 atrocity areas and then what we can, speculate might be the sum of the racial wealth gap in California.
The thing is, I would say, I would caution that the wealth gap, the federal wealth gap, is a good indicator of the effects of white supremacy, the cumulative effect of white supremacy throughout history. Whereas for the California wealth gap, that may not necessarily be the case, because there's always the possibility that selective migration may have caused the gap to be larger in California or smaller than the federal gap. Just as a made-up example, I have no idea if that's true or not, but if California would have attracted specifically poor African Americans from the southern states and rich white Americans from other states, maybe for the Hollywood industry or whatnot, then the wealth gap would be larger in California, but not necessarily because of anything California did, but just because of selective migration. So the federal wealth gap is a good indicator for the atrocities, cumulative atrocities on the federal level. But the California wealth gap may not be such a good indicator for the cumulative effect of atrocities that California is specifically responsible for. And I think that's why we initially went for the specific harms model and for the 5 atrocities. And I agree with you that, making the point that this is the beginning of a conversation rather than the end of a conversation. So the estimates of those 5 harms will be a start. There may be other atrocities that may become estimable if there's data available or if there's methods to be developed. So there should be an emphasis that this is an open-ended process into the future.
Just one quick addition to something that we'll discuss is just the resiliency of Black people in California undermines the racial wealth gap. People in terms of self-preservation have worked harder to try and overcome some of these barriers. So the harms within themselves might be undermined when we operationalize this through the racial wealth gap, just through our own efforts to try and overcome some of these issues. And another big issue also is the racial wealth gap as an accumulation of understanding white supremacy in the United States is good for calculation nationally. When it comes to kind of dwindling that down to California specifically, it doesn't have the same interpretation. For a lot of the reasons that you outlined, a lot of it in terms of migration, a lot of it in terms of resiliency that we talked about. So we have to be very careful when we look at the racial wealth gap nationally, which is a federal debt and a national debt, versus California government injustices might not be operationalized from a California racial wealth gap. And that's one of the main reasons why the expert group looks specifically at harms or atrocity, where there is a group of individuals that were harmed and there is a perpetrator of that harm. And it's probably the most robust way and probably one way that's very defensible. There's somebody inflicting harm that we've identified, and we've identified the individual that has been harmed, and we've also identified the atrocity or the harm and quantified it. So that's one of the reasons why we feel strongly going this approach rather than looking specifically at a national racial wealth gap.
Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of Task Force. Through the language of our culture, we ought to make this a five-star homes with five-star solutions. We talk about going to five-star hotels. When we think of the best, let's make this comprehensive and inclusive and make it five-star. Old preacher in Mississippi got up one Sunday and said, "Children, we're going to have a great time tonight. We're going to shoot for the moon. But if we don't reach the moon, we'll land between the stars and we will still be on higher ground. So let's stay on higher ground and shoot for the stars."
So you're suggesting
Five stars.
The first option?
That's right, first option.
Okay. And I think, and I thank you, Vice Chair Brown, and I think, you know, there is something really important for us to then recognize about the language that we're using, you know, and so when we think about the racial wealth gap, you know, again, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, as a discrete area in the interim report and as a discrete harm, you know, what we're hearing actually is that the language, you know, may not actually be as productive at the state level as it serves, you know, in a federal conversation around reparations. Whereas at a federal level, you know, the kind of predominant thinking is that the racial wealth gap alone is enough to satisfy what we can think of as reparations, right? However, at the state level, we do need to be a bit more specific because of the limitations of the histories and of the circumstances. So, you know, what I'm hearing is that what we may need to do is, and we have to maybe account for this in the final report, is we may need to better contextualize what the racial wealth gap means in the context of thinking about state harms. And so this is part of the issue that I wanted to kind of bring up today, which is that we can't just use the language in the same way as operates at the federal level compared to the state. And so, you know, we will have to then think about, you know, how we structure the final report, because what we do know is that these 5 areas that we've identified as being calculable come out of the total sum of a dozen or so areas that are in the report. So we would just need to think, I think, very, very clearly and considerably about how to frame that while thinking about the general economic disparities that continue to exist, which might show up in other measurements.
Yeah. I'm thinking out loud what this is reminding me of, instead of, for instance, using the language of a racial wealth gap, what about like a state-based study to determine what the lineage wealth gap is? Because to your point, when you read chapter 13, there is no study around what the racial wealth gap is between white Californians and Black Californians. The only data that exists is the Color of Wealth report that was actually commissioned by Dr. Darity, amongst other economists. And so the only data as it relates to California that's similar to the racial wealth gap relates to the city of Los Angeles. And again, that's in the report as well, where we found that US born Black Americans, so those who are descendants of slaves, for instance, have $200 in liquid assets compared to, for instance, African immigrants in Los Angeles who have a median liquid net worth of $60,000. And that was in 2017. And so I know you laid out 3 different options, but again, just thinking out loud, instead of maybe, we can do the 5 harms, but instead of, looking into a race-based racial wealth gap study, looking towards trying to expand kind of the work that Dr. Darity already did with the Color of Wealth report. He did a Color of Wealth report in Los Angeles, Miami, Boston, but maybe it would look like doing like a Color of Wealth report lineage wealth gap study throughout the state of California.
So I think that's a great idea, and I think for our purposes, that should be part of the recommendation, right? I mean, because we do need to know these figures. The idea for us though, in as far as how we calculate, how we come up with a figure of compensation, we are dealing with limitations on time and resources. So I think it's absolutely appropriate for us to as part of, and I've written it down here. So what I will put in in my next draft of the recommendations is that we have a proper study. The idea is, I think we have the harm-based model as being a really good, proxy for thinking about, how to identify what at the federal level would be seen as the racial wealth gap, as the kind of carrier of the cumulative discriminations against Black Americans. And so, to answer your question finally, Member Holder, right, I think what I would want to do is to continue with the five atrocity model, continuing, because the economics team still has 2 areas to calculate. However, I would want for us to at least be open, to as more data becomes available, as they're able to go about their work and we continue to meet, it is quite possible that we can find more information. So I just don't want to close the door on our ability to say, well, here are the areas that we can seek compensation for. And it's important to note that that's really where we are. So those 5 atrocities, those are the areas of the dozen areas in the preliminary and interim report that we can faithfully come up with some numbers for. It is quite possible, correct me if I'm wrong, it is quite possible that, as we continue to do our work, we might be able to come up with figures for other areas. We can think about the educational impacts or the economic impacts of educational disparities as being one area that might prove, potentially viable for calculation and therefore, financial recommendation. But at the moment, we have the 5 areas. We've completed 3, or the team has completed 3 of the 5 areas. And so what I'm asking for is that we stick to the 5 areas with, an opportunity to continue to explore as they go about their work. Is that fair? Okay.
Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just also wanted to supplement some of what Member Lewis mentioned. DOJ is still working with the state in compiling the data requests that the experts have made, and that may also be informative to this discussion in terms of what data is available to continue to do these calculations. And so as that data comes in and we anticipate being able to complete the gathering of that data relatively soon, then again, that may further inform what it is that you do. In addition, we'll constantly, and this goes to all of the advisory committees and the work that you're doing, continue to track for potentially shifts in what was presented in the first iteration of the report to make sure that it's consistent with the final recommendations that are being made.
It's very helpful. Thank you. And so in a way, I think what I'm just trying to impress upon, my colleagues is that the idea of the racial wealth gap, it functions within the context of the report and within the context of what we're doing in the state as somewhat of a redundancy, given the fact that we are using the other areas in the interim report to base the calculations, right? Or to base, what we will recommend as the calculations for the compensatory form of reparations, in our final recommendations. So I just wanted to effectively help to contextualize and prime everybody for the fact that we may need to, think differently about the particular category of the racial wealth gap and how it shows up in the final report. Because in many ways it's already being accounted for in the preceding categories, which many of you are currently working on.
Member Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm all in favor of your recommendation of the both and, but I'm still feeling the Jesse Jackson phrase, keep hope alive, on the sixth harm, which came out extremely strong in the community listening sessions, and which also in the academic literature is pretty strong, which is educational harm. And I know that when I raised this in our last meeting, you shared that it's pretty difficult to find the indicators that would allow you to include education as a factor. But I'm wondering whether or not we might think a little more creatively about how to do that. For example, I understand within economics that the correlation between years of schooling and income is probably one of the most robust findings of all empirical economic research. And is it possible to come up with some kind of modeling using that as a framework, or using administrative data that we would have access to in the state of California? For example, looking at teacher quality, school finance, and API, academic performance index scores, to become like a composite measure. And then what would be the calculations of income lost, if you will, and therefore the harm done in that regard. Or one other option, thinking about how to calculate harm using the perspective of lawyers or the legal community, which they come up with amounts of harm all day long for case after case, and they're not relying on complicated economic literature and indices, but it passes the litmus test within the legal system. So I just want us to not completely, toss that out, that I agree with the 5-star, but I think a 6-star would shine even brighter.
Right, in terms of calculating out damages with education, this is something the group has talked about quite extensively. Modeling that in a way that allows it to not be too speculative, especially in this framework, is difficult. A legal case with one individual and calculating damages is different, and we can't really use that framework to look at county and school district and areas that are very different across California. We have thought about it, and one thing that we did say is, and even between yesterday and today, we've seen quite a bit of proposals and recommendations, and I think at a later date, a conversation about quantifying some of those proposals and having a sense of if there's something very specific in the education model. So one proposal we saw earlier was about free community college and the UC system that is to deal specifically with a harm. If we're able to quantify that, then it closes that gap. Even though we might not have that 6-star, essentially, we have kind of taken that into account with some of the proposals that this task force has already gone through and presented. And as we were watching, we were looking at some of those. We haven't quantified them just yet, but they are dealing with harms, even though we have not identified them. in the 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 star, wherever we end up. But this task force has taken into consideration quite a bit of proposals, quite a bit of policies that are in fact dealing with these harms. We haven't quantified them, but these proposals are tangible ways to kind of close these atrocities or harms. So I wanted to point that out. We might not identify them in the list, but the task force has come up with proposals that have in fact dealt with some of these harms that are not in the list. And at some point, we should probably do a reconciliation process.
No, I mean, I'm just seeking some guidance, just how to continue to do the work, and I got it. Yeah.
Okay. So, you feel like you got sufficient guidance?
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Awesome. Thanks so much, members.
All right. Thank you.
And to the economists as well. Thank you, Professor Kramer and Professor Campbell. Vice Chair Brown was just applauding and commending Professor Campbell. She's been incredibly brilliant throughout this process. And Kramer. Thank you. Woo. Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 23, Subpoena Advisory Committee Report and Recommendations. Presenters, Member Holder and Tamaki with DOJ's Research Center.
This has been an information-intensive meeting, so I'm going to keep this extremely short. I don't think we need to pile on. I think our brains are hurting. But as you know, that Member Tamaki and I have been using our quote-unquote subpoena power to get data and data sets from the prosecutors, the 50 some odd prosecutors' offices in the state of California, and all of the courts, the superior courts in the state of California, and the city attorney's offices in the state of California, data sets regarding race and what kind of data the criminal legal system through all of those prosecuting entities, how they are collecting race data. So we sent out questionnaires. We got almost 100% response after some legwork by the DOJ from the superior courts all over the state, the district attorney's offices all over the state, and the city attorney's offices all over the state, that gave us an idea of exactly what data they are collecting on race. And what we're seeing, and I'm just going to use very, very broad brushstrokes, we're seeing hundreds of things, but I'm going to give you the one standout point that we're seeing. We're seeing a lack of uniformity in what's being collected. Why does that matter? Because in order to do a proper analysis, you need some level of uniformity to fully understand the landscape of how race is informing decision-making at every level of the criminal justice system and at every level of prosecution. So when you have a lack of uniformity that we're seeing, it's harder to come up with a sound analysis of exactly how the inequities are playing out. And so what we would like to do as an advisory committee is do a little bit further study, because ultimately we are going to come up with recommendations to see if we can create a uniform system of data collection around race, lineage, etc., in all of these entities. And so the next step is probably one more step of vetting to find out exactly what's being collected, and making it much more making our questionnaire this next time much more targeted if we decide to roll this out as a second follow-up questionnaire. We are still working with analysts and subject matter experts who have tremendous expertise in the Racial Justice Act and really have a profound understanding of how the data that is being collected by prosecutorial entities informs their work to apply the Racial Justice Act and ensure that people who are being unfairly prosecuted have a mechanism to get compensation and to get their convictions overturned if necessary. So they have been our thought partners on this. We're continuing to work with them to figure out what is the best next step to help us refine the recommendations that we're going to roll out about the best ways to implement the RJA in a way that's most effective for system impacted people. So I don't think we need to make a motion at this time. We have been given the power by this body to continue this research, and so we're going to ask to take one more step along those lines, and then come back to this body with final recommendations. I'll turn it over to Member Tamaki just
I
to
think
have
that's
any
fine.
follow-up.
You know, the response has been excellent, really. I mean, there have been 2 or 3 counties that have not responded, 100% response from the courts. It's been an eye-opener. Most of the prosecutors collect data on the race of the defendants, but surprisingly, there are 4 and a couple of large counties that have they do not collect data on the race of the defendants. And without that information, just to give you an idea, if you are a defendant and you think that you're been victimized by bias, without the comparative data, you can't enforce the Racial Justice Act. That's how important the data is. And there are other things that are missing. I'm finding out almost no one collects data in connection with the victim, the race of the victim. And practitioners tell us that matters in terms of how vigorously the case is prosecuted. If the victim is a white victim, there's a disparity, practitioners say, as opposed to if the victim is black. So again, these kind of things are helpful in enforcing rights in the Racial Justice Act. There a bill has been passed called the Racial Justice Data Accountability Act. I believe that's the name, something like that. That wasn't in effect when we began the process. And so the data that is mandated to be collected in that act mirrors what we asked the counties in our survey. But that act is not going to effect for 5 years. So the information that we're getting now, I think will be helpful. It'll be public information. We need a longer agenda time to roll it out, and we need more time to work with the advocates and others to evaluate what we have and determine the next step.
Comments or questions? Okay. Thank you all for your incredible work, and looking forward to a comprehensive update at our next hearing. So the next item on our agenda is...
Chairman?
Oh, sorry, Member Jovan Falowich, you are recognized.
Sorry to interrupt. I've just learned that today is Dr. Casey Campbell's birthday, and she's here doing the work. Happy birthday, Dr. Campbell. We'll talk about commitment. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday. Okay, so the next item on our agenda is number 24, discussion and action item, next meeting agenda. So will we have the potential agenda up for folks? So basically, from a review of this potential agenda for January for our Friday, Saturday, January 27th and January 28th hearing in San Diego, the agenda looks very, very similar to the agenda for these past 2 days, where there are essentially additional report backs for each of the advisory committees. And then at the end, there is an evening event that we could talk about, but we can go section by section, I guess, if that helps. And then we'll ask folks if there's any additions or subtractions. So for, if we go to the second page, so the first item of the business is call to order, then it's public comment, then it's the approval of the December minutes. And then as the first day, it started off with a report back from Jovan, Scott Lewis, and I on the experts' 5 key questions. And I would presume that would also include now the fiscal component as well. Okay. And then the next report back is from Member Grills on chapters 2 and 8, then lunch. And then it's a report back from members Bradford and Montgomery Step on chapters 5 and 10. And then number 8, a panel continuing the conversation with local municipal reparations efforts, then a break. The 10th item is the Communications Advisory Committee, and so that needs to be updated to include the new members of the committee, which is Senator Bradford and Jovan Scott Lewis. And then number 11 is the report back on educating the public and formal apologies with Tamaki. Okay, and then DOJ updates, dinner break, and then at the end, it's supposed to be personal testimonials of individual harm supporting the need of reparations. So that was the evening event that was supposed to happen this evening, but was pushed back until January. So we can have a conversation as to whether we want to keep this on January 27th at the end of our hearing, or whether we want to, postpone it for February or some other time. And then the next day, again, looks very similar to what happened today. So it opens up, again, call to order, public comment, a report back from members Holder and Jones Sawyer on chapters 11 and 5, a report back on chapters 2 and 9 from myself, lunch, and then a report back from members Montgomery, Step, and Bradford on chapters 4. And then it goes to a report back from Vice Chair Brown, member Tamaki on health harms and education, then a break, and then a report back on the wealth gap from member Lewis, and then an update on the Subpoena Advisory Committee report, and then a discussion and action item on the next meeting agenda, unfinished business, and then closing remarks. So just, do we need to make a motion to change the agenda to correct the new, or to update the new comms people? Or that's just going to be administratively corrected?
No, we can take care of that.
Okay.
We can.
Is there any other updates, change? Okay, member Montgomery, Steph, you are recognized.
One is, if we are having the meeting at the place we hope we're having it, it will be at San Diego State University. If the members are okay, I would like to add the Secretary of State in here to just do some welcoming remarks. I don't know if we need to agendize that, but it might be just good so that, she has a little bit more time than public comment. So that would be one thing. The other thing I brought up yesterday is that with regard to the 5 questions that we really have to discuss and make some decisions on, I know that we've had an initial presentation at this point, but my question would be, is an hour and 20 minutes enough to dig into that? I would say it's not. I think we should leave ourselves more time, but, and I don't know if that's a 2-hour conversation. I don't know if we leave 20 to 30 minutes per question. And then we're going to include the dive deeper into some of the economic proposals. So I just think we need to give ourselves a little bit more time with that, and either shorten 2 hours. Okay, Vice Chair Brown says 2 hours, so that's what it is, 2 hours. shorten some of the other presentations, or if we have the comprehensive document where a lot of our recommendations are kind of building off of each other or very, very similar. I'm just trying to figure out a more efficient way to do that part. That's all. Sorry, I'm not adding more solutions, but.
One of the things we can do is we are going to work on putting that document or multiple documents together. We can also work with the chair and the vice chair in setting the final agenda before the next meeting to modify it if that meets your approvals. We can work with them to reset the agenda to build it around those final documents. So we have that flexibility.
One other thing, Member Montgomery Step, we will add an item to the agenda that for special acknowledgements. We won't list anyone's name for the purpose of not trying to embarrass them if schedules change. But just like for this meeting, we'll be obviously in your city. There may be other officials that may want to bring greetings, and we want to make sure that there's an appropriate slot for that to happen.
Member, who is it? Member Holder.
That I'd be interested in agendizing, not necessarily at the next meeting, but perhaps the meeting after that. And one of the things that I'd be interested in pursuing is having experts come in who are actually implementation experts, who could give us some greater sense of the viability of some of our proposals. I know that the proposals that we did around housing, for instance, proposals that involve mental health, are sort of areas where implementation is key, and in terms of the success, in terms of positive outcomes. And to the extent that we have framed these proposals without having that conversation, I feel a little bit at a deficit. So while we have the resources to get that expert input, I think it would be great to take an opportunity to do that.
For Grills, I'd like to see if we could revisit the item number 14 on day one, which is the personal testimonies, and give an opportunity for the new communications advisory group to to talk with the communications firm, because we were starting to get into discussion about what would be the most effective way to showcase the personal testimonies and have the greatest impact. And it may be that doing a special all day during Black History Month with targeted, outreach to media, et cetera, might get more visibility than at our task force hearings. So I don't know how much time we need. I don't remember the time frame for finalizing the agenda before it has to go public, but I would like to see if the new committee could explore the best way forward on that one.
Can I add a comment to that?
Recognize.
Thank you. So I think we can move, have a motion that makes it, it gives us the option. And when we, in September, talked about this concept of personal testimony, and it's beyond public comment, it's actually featuring folks who have an experience that they've gone through. Their family or themselves, or, that it's the human story that would typically have wide appeal. I think a good example of that, despite the controversy that the New York Times article set off beyond the New York Times, it was a good example, I thought, of the Russell City displacement. It was a human story of what people went through. They lost property, they suffered, they got displaced. And there are lots of stories like that. So it really does require those selecting the best ones, frankly. And when we talked about the idea in September, we did not have a comms consultant in place. And subsequently by October, November, Shauna Charles came on. And I had a conversation with her and she says, you know, rather than have this event sort of competing with the hearings, it really, she thought, would be best to be a standalone separate event and tied to something more newsworthy than the hearings. And that would be, I know Chair Moore mentioned Black History Month. Pastor Brown mentioned the Emancipation Proclamation, or something that we could tie it to in a way that it could be produced professionally, and then also a lot of effort would be to just promoting just that as the event. So when appropriate, I think a motion that the agenda would have the flexibility to allow us to talk to Shauna Charles, and if that continues to be a viable professional advice that you would give us, that the task force would have the option to change the agenda from an evening event and rather allow her to produce a separate standalone event if possible. Does that make sense?
No, that makes perfect sense. I definitely agree. So should we at this point just say we're gonna not include number 14 in the January agenda? I think that's fair.
That would be my recommendation.
We don't need a motion for that, right? Or yeah.
Can I do have another suggestion?
Sure.
And this is more of a thinking out loud thing. So I did a panel with the American Bar Association on reparations, and what was unusual about it is there were two tax experts, federal tax experts, who spend their career basically advising ultra high net worth individuals in deferring or reducing their taxes. But they feel from a moral point of view that in looking at the evolution of the inheritance tax exemption, which is federal, it has expanded each year exponentially since the 70s, and to a point where now husband and wife can transfer without any tax whatsoever $23 million. I mean, it's enormous concentrations of wealth, and they felt that that would be a source of how you fund reparations. And going to the issue that Member Holder said about implementation, that's a question that we would have to answer at some point. The tricky part is that the legislators in California will have no authority to change the federal tax structure. But I would think it's part of our recommendations that most of them will be California-centric in allocating what the harm is and what California's role in creating the harm, what California owes for that harm. But there should be, in my humble opinion, a set of recommendations about what Congress should do, about what the national legislature should do, and thought leaders and scholars like Professor Sterity and Mullen have emphasized correctly, as well as others, that this is a national harm. Speakers have talked about that too. And so because it hasn't been taken up, and Congress to date has not even has had the political will even to study reparations, let alone do anything about it, the state of California has gone ahead, to its credit, thanks to our legislative leadership, and also municipalities around the country. But ultimately, we deal with our part here, but ultimately we need to also push other states to push this upward toward Congress. So the point of it is on the agenda, these two attorneys, Ray Odom and who works for Northern Trust, African-American tax law expert, and Sarah Johnson, also a tax law advisor. We might consider them on having a tax law panel, but I wanted to, disclose, of course, it's something for a recommendation toward the federal government. California legislature will have no authority whatsoever to change inheritance tax. But that is a huge, it's a huge, enormous generational transfer of wealth that happens constantly. So I would think that that would be something we would want to hear, and whether it's in January or some other time.
For Montgomery, step your record.
Member Tamaki, thank you for saying that. I think it was Mr. Newman and I talked briefly about this. I don't remember. It might have been you, Attorney Brown, but it's about us incorporating some things that we believe the federal government should do. And even if that is an entirely separate document or under the statute, I don't know how we do that, but I think it's just important to send that message. So thank you for saying that.
I agree. I think at the October 2021 panel, I reached out to Professor Dorothy Brown, who wrote, she's a tax professor, a lawyer. She wrote The Whiteness of Wealth, How the Tax System Impoverishes Black Americans. She couldn't fit the panel in her schedule, but I agree, we need to have this conversation.
Timing wise, I think these two experts are available for the January hearing. Damon has been in contact, and so if it's appropriate.
They are available, and to the extent, Chairman, or if we need to follow up with the other individual, we can to see if they're also available.
Chairman.
Member Joint Sawyer recognized.
Just a point of information, the Senate and or the Assembly can do a resolution to the federal government asking them anything or demanding anything that the legislature so deems necessary. So if there's something that come out of this committee that we want to urge, recommend, demand that the federal government do, we should include that and then make sure that someone in the legislature go ahead and put a resolution together making that happen on the federal level, to at least do that. Don't just do it in a report, but memorialize it, and then that draft is sent to the federal government and to the Congress, and ultimately the president.
Yeah, and to the point, just to add to your point, I mean, the inheritance tax exemption is at the highest in America's history, and it was far below this in the 30s and the 40s when this started, and began to accelerate upward in the 70s, and continued in the 80s and 90s, and through the Wall Street boom, and it's just gotten wider. And I think very little attention has been focused on that. So that might be appropriate for us.
Member Holder, you're recognized.
Yeah, going to this point of like looking at the federal nexus, like some sort of synergy between what we're doing here and what we would like our federal representatives to be doing in Washington, and putting together some sort of resolution to instruct them on what this task force and what our legislature thinks they should be doing to further the cause of reparations. I think we need to institutionalize that process. And perhaps when we are reporting back on our respective portfolios, we should be thinking about that federal nexus. Member Joan Sawyer and I thought about it a little bit in terms of qualified immunity, because that's a federal issue. And I think that we should grappling with that and thinking about that, and maybe report back for each of our respective portfolios, what is something that we would like to include in a resolution to our federal representatives.
Thank you so much. Attorney Newman, do you have any thoughts on that part?
Taking notes. So I will want to clarify exactly what we're adding to the agenda, or really what the agenda is, not specifically to which agenda item. So are there any other ideas that I need to?
Based on my notes, it seems like people want to extend the 5 questions advisory committee conversation to 2 hours. Is that what someone said? 2 hours. we're no longer having the January personal testimonial event in the evening, and then a conversation to add the experts on tax law. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I have, oh, sorry.
And the
You said-
federal nexus is related to that.
Yeah,
I
and
think-
perhaps other implementation experts as well.
Oh,
Right. So I have two expert panels, which is local reparations programs, which is already agendized, and then reparations implementation or implementation of programs. So two different witness panels. Further report out on the policy recommendations for each of the advisory committees, potentially depending on what that document looks like, sort of consolidating recommendations, but we'll see. 2-hour extended discussion of the 5 questions in monetary reparations that committee, advisory committee is already doing. And then this tax law panel on the impact of reparations with the 3 witnesses that have already been mentioned. Am I missing anything? Dana?
There was one item, and I apologize, I briefly stepped out, where Senator Bradford had recommended a discussion of something to take place during the January meeting regarding the task forces, extending the task force. Does anyone recall specifically what the request was? I just wanted to flag it just as we're setting the agenda.
Member
I
Johnson.
don't really want to flag it since nobody wanted to do it before, but I'll go ahead and mention it. The fact that I put a bill in to make sure that this task force stays intact long after the June 30th for the legislative part. Because once they're gone, there are only 2 people that will be able to have an impact. That's Mr. Bradford and myself. And I just thought it was unfair for just the 2 of us to have that. But, and I'll make it clear, some individuals thought I was going to delay their check. Or people went out and told people I was going to delay their check. And so Mr. Bradford is bringing it back, or would like to bring it, have that discussion back, because he said, let's discuss it. That's fine. But I'm just letting you know how it got misunderstood.
Does anyone want to entertain a motion? I know Bradford's not here, but we are all here, so. Vice Chair Brown, you're
The
recognized.
suggestion was we would discuss it in January. That's it.
So, is that a motion?
I guess the question is agendizing it for
January.
for discussion and potential action.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's consensus, we'll do that, yeah.
And I think the motion is for all of the items that Chair Moore referenced and that we've talked about in terms of creating the agenda, not just specifically that item. We'll add that to the list of others.
Again, and just one other point of clarification, no longer having the evening personal testimony on Friday night.
Yeah.
Okay. All the ducks in a row.
We need to make it like a motion to incorporate all these edits. Yes, Member Groves, you're recognized.
You want me to make a motion?
Yes.
Okay. I move that we accept the agenda with the additions, edits, and deletions for the January meeting.
Good. It has been properly moved by Member Grills and properly seconded by Member Montgomery Stepp that we approve the January agenda with the aforementioned edits, deletions, and additions. Is there any discussion on the matter? Hearing no further discussion, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first member to be called is Chair Moore.
Aye.
Chair Moore votes aye. Vice Chair Brown?
Aye.
Vice Chair Brown votes aye. Member Bradford? Member Bradford is absent. Member Grills?
Aye.
Member Grills votes aye. Member Holder?
Aye.
Member Holder votes aye. Member Jones Sawyer? Not voting? Member Jones Sawyer is not voting. Member Lewis?
Aye.
Member Lewis votes aye. Member Montgomery Steppe?
Aye.
Member Montgomery Steppe votes aye. Member Tamaki?
Aye.
Member Tamaki votes aye. Madam Chair, there are 8 members present and voting. There were 7 ayes and 1 not voting. And no nays.
Thank you, Parliamentarian Johnson. There were 7 ayes, 1 abstention, no nays, 1 member not present. Thus, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. So the next item on the agenda is item number 25, which is unfinished business and potential action. Attorney Newman, you're recognized.
One item following, ending the agenda is please provide us with your witness suggestions for these 2 panels. Again, there's local reparations programs and implementation 2 panels, or we have the 3 suggestions for the tax panel, but for those other 2 panels, please provide us your witness suggestions by ideally next Wednesday, Thursday, hard deadline Friday. We're going to need to vet them and schedule them, and that's going to happen through the holidays. So it's really important for us to get those from you as soon as possible.
Member Groves, you're recognized.
I just want to make sure, I think you already have the contact information for San Francisco and Palm Springs for the.
Is there any unfinished business? Don't think so. Okay. Sorry? Yes, the next item on the agenda is to adjourn the meeting. Thank you all so much for coming. Let's give a clap up for City of Oakland for hosting us. Please excuse us for any of the audio delays, any folks who had accommodations who had some trouble getting them. Any last thoughts from the task force members before we adjourn?
Thank you, Chair Moore, for running an efficient meeting. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I have a flight to catch, so I'm just kidding. But yes, thank you so much. Meeting adjourned. No.